You may be seated, please. Thank you. Yako komojiro chipon rainin. Greetings and good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, thank you. It's a beautiful morning. We will begin our program this morning, opening ceremony this morning with a prayer. And I will ask Reverend Chalarit Benizal to lead us in prayer. Ini kacita kita rugagi Chalarit ngai marong jojim telga ilo kapalok yen kuelagin lo chipoin kenjar. Reverend Benizal.
Mol MC cho cherry penron. Good morning. O ani jalap kumol kan juan cerkan ranaman. Jab juan cerkan ranaman oda kumol kan meur mejmur. Kau keman berkami jualan kukudo kiloan main jualan program elap to jadi maur ngan Pacific Island kami kamu lalu kan rana ko mandak ilo cabarot wawen korar pagcikir lori dolor jaga jupongan raini dar kenan kejamolok kerdo presiden nam cabinet reina speaker reina Nitijela member ranger emerang kacujur orar pokonair ilo kuelakin kami jidongan ronjakin nano raur ralap ngan ailengkein chandrekan onorain cumor ken merin ajewa jianin jan jenon ngan nge jamolok yomun karagim lulur jangan MC nan programin kejeraman ini ni roj kejeraman Marshall Islands all participant rain rorar teler yomun weekend ro aku week rane cicoga in rechamolok aje wa kanane gain ko religijap ilo tane jumot Jesus Christ kom bolot amen
Como Reverend Benizal. Kaya na kacita kita Honorable Speaker Kenneth Keding ang anilogan potok nanin karwanan niyo Now I will call upon Honorable Speaker Kenneth Keddy to be given the welcoming remarks for us this morning. Speaker Keddy.
Moldada MC. Inan kamolo lanejilo Japan rainin kile irojoro aralap chanraili kabradak jumor kile awleb ro rien clear oba president cabinet kap awleb member ran Nitijela kap awleb rain reversion kile armijin ailankain anijen ke ramal lal jiri gainar I will be, supposedly my remark this morning will be to welcome you, especially our visiting guests, to the summit here at the ICC, here in the capital city of the Republic of Marshall Islands. I usually remind myself to use the 3 S's when I speak in special occasions such as this. 3 S's, that's short, sweet, and go back and sit down. But since this is a co-sponsor event, along with the Pacific Media Institute and the Office of the Speaker of the RMI, I'm going to make the letters short. So let me first recognize the traditional leaders of the land on behalf of the Parliament and all of us present here today. And we're also privileged that some of them are our Council of Euroj are present with us as well in the room. Also with us His Excellency President David Kabua, and his cabinet members, and also our parliamentarian members are here as well. A lot of them are off island. It's campaign season, so I understand. I might end up losing my seat. I should be out there as well. And we have also our ambassadors. I'd like to recognize their presence. We have His Excellency Steve Shah from ROC Taiwan. And I'd like to also recognize our embassy, United States Embassy, Australia, and other embassies that are here in our capital city here in the Marshall Islands, and all our diplomatic partners. In this room is filled with people with high intelligence when it comes to media and letting our people know what they must understand and learn and to improve themselves, their livelihood, and their communities, and individually. I'd like to, on behalf of the Parliament, congratulate Giff Johnson and the Pacific Media Institute for bringing this to a reality. When Giff approached me a few months back and asking if the Office of the Speaker can co-sponsor this event, without hesitation, I gave him an outstanding yes, let's do it. This is an historical event, as it is the first of its kind, not only in the Marshall Islands, but in all of the Pacific Island nations. So let's give Giff Johnson and the PMI a round of applause. Of course, present with us is quite a few of our, as I say, highly intelligent folks from the region. And our keynote speaker, Andy, who traveled here all the way from DC. I had a privilege to have a very long and engaging luncheon with him yesterday. And also another person that is highly known and highly respected in the Marshall Islands. Our very own Jumma Floyd Takuyushi is also with us. Welcome back to your country. And rest of our visiting guests from the region. May we give them all a round of applause. I'd like to also recognize our mayor from Majuro, which is joining us as well, and all the mayors from the rest of the jurisdiction in the Marshall Islands, and all of us that are present here. I usually don't have written statement, and I'll continue that traditional belief of my own to speak from the heart and to speak my mind and to share my thoughts. I'll do that today. But I think as important as this summit is, I'd like to present a couple items before you today, aside from welcoming you to our shores. The theme of the summit is democracy. Public engagement, communications, and media. We all know what democracy is, and for some may interpret it differently from others. But in my personal opinion, and it's embedded in our Constitution, Republic of the Marshall Islands Constitution, through democracy, it's when an individual can freely express themselves. Our Article 2 of the Constitution of the Marshall Islands, Section 1 and 2, specifically states that each individual Marshallese have the right to press thoughts, concerns, belief, and petitioning, even petitioning the government, and to redress grievances. But my question as an official leader, that sometimes it's been smeared in the social media every now and then, and I'm not unique in that. I think most all of the elected officials get to be smeared every now and then. The question is then, your freedom of expressing yourself, how far does it go? If it's going to infringe on my freedom, are you not depriving me of my freedom? Vice versa. So Section 2 of that article talks about your freedom insofar as it does not affect the other's freedom. It's specifically stated in our Constitution. A good example, if I may share with us. So in the social media part of our summit theme, we all know what public engagement is. We all know what communication is. And also we all know what media is. So in the social media, particularly the Facebook, there was a post saying, Speaker of the Marshall Islands, Senator for Olabatol is a millionaire. Woo. I wish that was true. And they go further as to say, because he sold his own land, or his constituency's land, Olabatol, which is not true. It will never happen. Lineage and land rights in the Marshall Islands, not an individual can sell a land. It takes the entire butch, including our eye chiefs. So that's not possible. So literally, it's defamation. So, but I don't usually reply to this stuff. So I hope as we gather here today, we look at the holistic of what freedom is, what democracy is, from the aspect of individual citizens to the aspect of community, individual leaders, family, the whole of country individually. In the Parliament, there are 7 committees that I created under the authority given to me by the Constitution. And some specific instructions I give to my chairmen that every legislation that comes to the Parliament, whether it's a bill, resolution, report, or otherwise, must call for public hearings. Must call for public hearings. Unless there is a technical bill in nature where they could just do an executive and make the decision. That's a participatory government. That's democracy. When you give people their voice to come and express their belief at the highest institution in the country, that's a vibrant democratic nation right there. So I like to use this metaphor when it comes to freedom and social media of Chinen Island Gain, the mother of the land, our mothers in the land. Our ladies are very important and play a major role, and I think the rest of the unique, it's not unique here, but the rest of the Pacific Island nations have the similar culture. They're so important in their role that they can start a war. And at the same time, they can also end the war. To some extent, media, I like to use that metaphor as media, as our mother of the land in so many ways. Put out the wrong information, you can cause disturbance in the community. Without factual information, you can bring the country together to live in peace and harmony as intended. We're seeing different events happening in the United States and different parts of the world where media has way too much and step out of their bounds, where they created communities to go against each other. And in other countries where there is none or hardly any at all, where the people suffer because they have not understanding or no understanding of what is happening around them. So what I'm saying here today, there is a fine line balance in the middle of it all. And you play that major role to ensure that you're in the middle in finding that balance. So I'd like to once again congratulate our folks coming to visit our shores. If you have some money in your pocket, please make sure it's all empty before you leave. But enjoy the scene and the humble and kindness of our folks here while you're here. So once again, on behalf of the Parliament, Office of the Speaker in particular, and the leadership of the country, welcome you to our shores. And may your summit be a successful one. Jaraman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Kumol, Mr. Speaker. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I call upon His Excellency President David Kabua, to give us the special remark this morning. And welcome to President Kabua. Podium.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. I would like to associate myself with the words of prayer by our Reverend Speaker Nitijela. And yes, let us all bow our heads in humble gratitude to our Heavenly Father for His care and protection. Traditional leaders, Mr. Speaker, Vice Speaker, members of the Cabinet, senators, diplomatic corps, and all of our distinguished visitors. Good morning. Or as we say in Marshallese, Yahweh Kum. Yahweh is a word that you will hear often while you are in the islands. It has a deeper meaning that you are all rainbows. You look beautiful and wonderful this morning. As the speaker says, like many months ago, I too was approached by Mr. Kip Johnson, and I accepted an invitation to say a few words at this very important, one-of-a-kind gathering. However, I wasn't sure that it would ever happen. Back then, I thought it would be extremely difficult to get all the top media platforms and the big guns, or who's who, in the world of Pacific journalism to congregate here in Majuro. I was sort of a doubting Thomas. Well, the Pacific Media Institute has proven that it is possible, after all, to bring everyone together. And I thank Mr. Kip Johnson, Mr. Fred Pedro, Mr. Daniel Kramer, and the rest of their staff. And this morning, I am pleased to welcome all of you to the Marshall Islands. We are honored and grateful to host you, and thank you especially for visiting our shores. The diversity of people, media organizations, countries represented at this first RMI Media Summit is heartwarming. Speaker Katie and I, right from the word go, we supported this conference because we recognize the importance and value of the unique role the free media plays in democracy. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we pause for a short moment and just imagine a world with no news, or a world without free flow of information? I know we don't want to imagine such a world because no one wants to dwell in the dark. So that is why your profession as reporters, and I will say that again, as reporters, not generators of the news, is very important. Freedom of the press as an airtight guarantee in the Marshall Island Constitution. However, I firmly believe that accompanying the constitutional freedom of the press guarantee also places an implicit heavy responsibility on the media to report the news as it happens, get the facts right, and report it. And please, leave personal biases and ideas to the editors and the opinion sections. Ladies and gentlemen, I have every confidence that this summit will continue or will contribute immensely to a better understanding by our own RMI political leadership, the newsmakers, the media, and also the news reporters, of the distinct role that each of them plays in moving democracy forward. Now, kindly let me close by recognizing each and every one of you, and also again, welcome you to the Marshall Islands. And I have to have a special, keep a special Yakwe and Kumoltada to our man, Floyd Takyushi. And Mr. Mr. Andy Weiner for visiting us again. I believe this is your second visit to Marshall Islands. And of course, our friends from the FSM, the republics of Kiribati, Nauru, Palau, the Solomon Islands, the Kingdom of Tonga, and the Cook Islands, and the Forum Secretariat, and last but not least, the Pacific Media Institute. Kumol Dada, thank you very much.
Komol Tada, Your Excellency, thank you very much. Now, this is the moment that we were all waiting for. It is the introduction of all the participants in this summit. And now, I will call Mr. Gift Johnson to do the introduction of all the participants in this room. Mr. Johnson, please.
Thank you, Ambassador Nejan, and good morning, everybody. I'd like to go along with our pastor and previous speakers and thank God, especially recognize the President, the Speaker, our traditional leaders, and all of our guests here today. This is really an amazing event to see everybody here, and want to thank both the President and the Speaker because what they said is exactly true. When we approached them many months ago about doing this, they were quite enthusiastic and gave us a big thumbs up to get this moving, and that support was just essential to doing all of this. So people are saying this is the first of its kind in the Pacific, a summit on democracy, bringing together media with leaders, elected leaders, and top-level government officials. So congratulations to the Marshall Islands for doing that. That's fabulous. But there's been a lot of work going on the last few days that some of the folks in the room may not appreciate, which is that this summit is actually the last day of an ongoing media workshop, a media and democracy workshop run by Pacific Media Institute with the College of the Marshall Islands that's been ongoing for several days, and the media people who are in the room today are actually covering this event and will be reporting on it through various media. And you might say, well, why are we doing a workshop associated with this summit? And, you know, this goes to what our earlier speakers touched on very briefly, and this is it. If we want quality media and if we want quality reporting, we have to invest in it. And we cannot expect that we will have quality media if we don't spend money and invest in it. Just like if we want to have quality water services or power services or telecom services, we have to put money in it. That's a fact. And it's the same thing with media. And that's one of the things that Pacific Media Institute has taken on as a very important part of its program, is to train and expose students and younger people to journalism and media, and also train working journalists to improve their skills. And this workshop that has involved many people in the Marshall Islands includes students and journalists, but it's not just students and journalists. And this is another thing that makes this training and this summit unique, is that our workshop involves government and NGO public information officers. And this is really significant because in the Pacific, government public information officers get no professional development opportunities. Zero. They just don't get opportunities for workshops and training. Journalists do, but government folks do not generally receive these kind of opportunities. And so when we said we wanted to do public information officers, people were so enthusiastic, and this is what has brought out many from government agencies in the Marshall Islands, as well as a number of our ministries, agencies, and NGOs, but also we have public information officers here from Palau, Yap, Pohnpei, Koshrai, Kiribati, and Nauru. And that's a fabulous infusion of media people who, like their counterparts here in Marshall Islands, simply don't get this opportunity very often. So could we, when I say the country, can you folks raise your hand so people know who's here? So we have several public information officers from the President's Office and the Publications and Broadcasting Authority from Kiribati. Could you raise your hands, please, so we see? Thank you. Could we have a round of applause for them? We have public information officers from the President's Office in Nauru. Could you raise your hands, please? Thank you. We have public information officers here from the the Palau President's Office. Could you please raise your hands? Thank you. We have public information officers here from the Governor of Yap's office, the state of Yap. Please raise your hand. We have public information officers here from the Pohnpei Governor and Pohnpei radio station. Please raise your hand. Thank you. And we have a public information officer here from the Koshrai State Governor's Office. Can you raise your hand, please? Thank you. And this is just the start of this thing, because the group of trainers and resource people that have come in, as I think the speaker said a minute ago, this is a who's list in Pacific media. I mean, it's just phenomenal. And, you know, I start thinking when I start saying, you know, we've got like 250 years combined media experience in our resource team. It makes us all sound like we're, 90 years old or something. Well, some of us might be. But we have, I'm just going to quickly name the people who are here and who they are, because this is it is a unique and never before seen grouping along with our public information officers, journalists, and students. So our lead trainer for the program is Floyd Takeuchi. Floyd, could you raise your hand, please? Floyd doesn't need much introduction. He was born and raised in Majuro in the 1950s, so Majuro is his home, second home for sure. He's had over 40 years in journalism, and he's just a trainer who knows he knows how to deliver a great result, and I think our folks in the workshop have had a great 5 days with him. Next, we have Jemima Garrett. Jemima, can you raise your hand, please, over here? Jemima's an award-winning freelance journalist from Australia who worked for a long time with ABC Radio Australia. Samantha Magic from Fiji. Samantha, can you raise your hand? Samantha is the editor-in-chief or managing editor of Islands Business Magazine, which is the regional magazine of the Pacific. Leilani Reklai from Palau. Leilani is the editor-publisher of Island Times, one of the 2 newspapers in Palau. Lisa Williams-Lahari. Lisa is the public affairs advisor at the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat in Suva. Georgina Kekea, Georgina from the Solomon Islands. Georgina is the president of the Media Association of the Solomon Islands. Kalafi Moala from Tonga. Kalafi is the president of the Media Association in Tonga. a number of the people that I'm introducing right now will be on our program later, and in particular, people might want to pay attention to Kalafi's lunchtime presentation while we're having our lunch. He is going to speak to the topic of can independent news media and traditional leadership, can they live together in the Pacific? A really interesting topic from somebody who knows this subject. Going on, additional speakers and resource people. Anish Chand from Fiji, raise your hand please. Anish, he's the West Bureau Chief for the Fiji Times, which is the oldest newspaper in Fiji. And lastly, we have Riman from Kiribati. Riman is an investigative reporter, formerly worked for the President's office as a public information officer in Kiribati. So these are the folks that we have who are trainers, and I think you get the idea that when these folks are working with our younger students and our media people, there is a lot of learning and engagement going on. And this is what Pacific Media Institute is all about, is trying to create opportunities for people in journalism to develop and improve their skill set. Okay, so how did we do all this? Well, we had a lot of supporters and a lot of partners. In addition to the College of Marshall Islands, which has supported us for the workshop, the Speaker's Office has co-sponsored this event, and we've had funding support from AusAid, through the Australian Embassy, from the ROC Taiwan Embassy, from the USAID-supported Project Governance run by the East-West Center, from the New Zealand North Pacific Development Fund, from the UN Organization on Drugs and Crime, the Pacific Anti-Corruption Journalists Network, the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat. Now that's quite a conglomeration of organizations that are supporting our Summit on Democracy and our media workshops this week. So can we give them all a big round of applause, please? And with that, I want to say thank you to everybody for joining. We have a rather remarkable program going on for the day, so if you can stay, please join us. And we thank NTA as well, which is live streaming the event so that people who are not here can watch and see what we're doing. Thank you all.
Wow, wow. We have brought the Pacific nation into this room in Major Marshall Islands. Aren't we all happy? Let's all give them all applause. Komol Dada Kiev, Johnson, for all the introduction you have made this morning. Now we are able to see each other, and probably we'll talk to each other later on this morning. The last but not the least, a person that will be doing the introduction. But before I call upon him, I'd just like to say a few words about him. I add on to what Kip Johnson was saying. Love Lloyd, we used to call him when he was a young boy here. Love Lloyd was raised in Wilga a long time ago, in the early days. Now he's back here. I think I've seen white hair on his head, so it means that many, many years ago. Let me call upon Floyd Takushi to come and introduce the keynote speaker for today. Floyd, please come forward.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. I was thinking about today's introduction, and it occurred to me, Mr. President, that the last time I was in a room with this much Marshallese leadership power was the first time I interviewed your father, then Senator Kabua, in 1977 on Guam, at the start of the political status negotiations. And it's been a great honor to follow your country ever since. So thank you for the welcome. In thinking about who to invite to be the keynote speaker for this unique event, we thought about some of the usual suspects, including American political leaders, particularly from Hawaii. But it occurred to me that in an era where we live, it's our fate to live in an era where in America there are some political leaders who confuse sedition with the right to speak, that we should have someone who can cut to the chase very quickly and speak to the Marshallese as friend to friend. And I could think of no one better than our speaker, Andy Weiner. Andy plays plenty of roles in Hawaii. He's now the executive vice president for one of the leading public affairs agencies that work in Washington. It covers primarily the western states. He's a lawyer by training, a very good lawyer at that. And he's been a political consultant since 2004, running campaigns. If you want to know his success, I can tell you very simply. Every campaign he's run since 2004, he's won. And that includes names like Senator Schatz, Governor Green, and Senator Akaka. So we're talking about probably the most influential person in Hawaii politics. And I know that's probably an embarrassment to Andy, but it's true. If you want anything done in Hawaii politics, you call Andy Weiner. And so we were very fortunate to have him here with us today to talk about, as a friend to friend, what the Marshalls can do to get a higher profile and a more effective profile in Washington, D.C. My friend Andy Weiner.
Thank you, Floyd. It's wonderful to be here. Yakwe and aloha. Thank you all for coming here and for inviting me. To the traditional leaders who honor us with their presence this morning, Your Excellency President Kabua, the Honorable Parliamentary Speaker Ketty, and members of the Nitijela, as well as members of the Pacific Media Institute, the members of the Diplomatic Corps, and the citizens of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. It's an honor to be asked here to be your keynote speaker for the first of its kind summit on democracy and communications. This summit comes at a critical time in world history. For the first time since the spread of fascism in the 1930s, the very foundations of democracy are being challenged in national capitals across the globe, including Washington, D.C. And in the midst of this worldwide challenge to democratic institutions and values, the citizens of these beautiful islands and atolls have organized a summit to examine the very foundation of democracy, the inalienable right to think and speak as free men and free women. It's quite extraordinary. I can't even begin to tell you how honored I was to be invited by GIF and by Floyd and by all of you to be part of this important gathering of freedom-loving people. I have been asked to share my perspectives on what the Marshall Islands might do to more effectively tell its story, particularly in Washington, D.C., where I have lived and worked for the past 15 years. Thanks to service on Senator Brian Schatz's staff, our senior senator from Hawaii, my work with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration as a political appointee of President Obama, and as a co-chair of the United States Coral Reef Task Force, I'm very familiar with some of the major issues that RMI has dealt with in Washington, D.C., both over the last 15 years and currently. But since we're talking as friends, let me share an overarching observation about this country's approach to federal relations. I have never had the sense that there was an overall strategic plan, a coordinated vision of national priorities that could be tied in particular to federal funding on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. Let me give you what I think is a telling example. While visiting Washington, the COFA nations would often speak to meet with Senator Schatz, who is now an influential member of the Appropriations Committee, as well as a member of the Foreign Relations Committee. In addition to that, Senator Schatz, on numerous occasions, has indicated his willingness to be a champion, not only for the Pacific Islands in general, but for RMI in particular, especially as it relates to funding priorities. As Senator Schatz's chief of staff, he would often ask me to take the lead on organizing meetings when we had officials coming from throughout the Pacific, including RMI. During these meetings, we would hear a number of issues that would get raised, including things like climate change, economic development, and healthcare. But nuclear legacy matters were rarely brought up and were not identified as a priority. Knowing what all of us now know about the shortfalls for the Nuclear Claims Tribunal, Senator Schatz and I always thought that this was somewhat unusual, and we would often talk about it once we finished a meeting and wondered why we weren't being asked to be of assistance there. I am not saying that this issue never came up. It was raised, but oftentimes it was raised in passing, and it was not identified as a priority. And as a result of that, even though Senator Schatz is in a position to be helpful, our office never asked for federal funding on behalf of the Marshall Islands for the tribunal. I didn't know why this happened, and I didn't know what this meant. But frankly, what I think doesn't matter. However, what I know may matter, particularly if I'm in a position to be helpful. And frankly, the islands can use all of the help that they can get in Washington, D.C. But to get results in Washington, D.C., you need to effectively and strategically tell your own story. And I must tell you, as I prepared these remarks for today, I could find no consistent messaging that clearly and concisely laid out the priorities of the Republic of the Marshall Islands, particularly as applied to the relationship it has with the United States. In fact, there has never been a time in history where it has been more important for your national government to speak clearly and with one clear voice. And that is why this summit that we're holding today is so critical. Think of the cross currents today that cut across the Marshall Islands EEZ. First, there's the inexorable march of sea level rise and climate change. That alone is an existential threat to your national future. But there's more. The Pacific is once again a battleground for great power rivalries, as was the case at the end of the 19th century when the United States naval squadrons routed Spanish forces in Guam and in the Philippines. And again, following World War I, when through the League of Nations, Japan claimed German colonial holdings in Micronesia, New Zealand did the same in Polynesia, and Australia and Melanesia. And it happened again at the end of World War II, when the United States planted its flag on these islands, and others only after a great cost. That, of course, was followed by decades of a Cold War with the Soviet Union. Today, it is a militarily aggressive China that has caused the leaders and bureaucrats in Washington to rename this region the Indo-Pacific, which I think is a most inelegant name for such a beautiful part of the world. But there it is, and it is something that you hear time and again. But the point is this: you can rightly criticize Washington for taking its eyes off the Pacific Islands for a generation. But the fact is that the United States is now back in the game, and the Biden administration and Congress have made it abundantly clear that it considers the Pacific to be a strategic priority. And that has potential benefits as well as challenges for the Marshall Islands. The benefits are obvious. Washington needs all the friends that it can secure in the Pacific, and the COFA states are rightly at the head of the pack. but the challenges are every bit as clear. Washington's regional attention, particularly now in Congress, is going to be through the lens of great power rivalries, not necessarily the nuanced needs of small nation states such as the Marshall Islands. For example, just 2 weeks ago in Congress, the House Natural Resources Committee has stood up an entity called the Indo-Pacific Task Force, which has started conducting oversight hearings on the negotiations related to the compacts of free association. The first hearing that they held 2 weeks ago, what they called it was quite telling. It was called How to Counter the People's Republic of China's Influence in the Pacific, which was clearly an indication of how Congress will consider the under negotiation Compact 3. Now, although that may be the focus of Congress in the United States, this young nation needs to express its priorities with one voice, clearly and consistently. Not only in Washington, but I would suggest across the United States as a whole, so that our country understands what it is that you're prioritizing when you're coming to the table and negotiating with the United States. Because if you don't tell your story, who will? If you don't have a clear strategic communication strategy that allows you to speak with one voice, how will you make your case in Congress and to the Biden administration? And how will you secure the future that you and your constituents deserve? The Marshallese have a wonderful tradition of storytelling, buebue nato. In Hawaii, we refer to this as talk story. It's the sharing of values and morals through the art of storytelling. So I know that the Marshallese culture places a premium on sharing via storytelling. What I am suggesting is that for the Marshall Islands to move forward, that it take that glorious tradition and give it a sharp focus. Use this summit to gather your stakeholders and develop a comprehensive, coordinated communication strategy. Now, this may seem difficult, but frankly, it's not rocket science and it's not alchemy. This is something that we work on all of the time with clients, and it's something that I worked on when I was in the United States government. But you need to do it, and you also have to do it now because of how much you have on the line as we look at what's coming up in the coming months. I understand that one of the biggest challenges facing the Marshall Islands in telling its story is the natural inclination to avoid drawing too much attention to yourself. Similar to Hawaii and many other places across the Pacific, there's a deeply attractive sense of humility among Marshallese. And I am not suggesting that you ignore that important part of your culture. But unless you begin to make the case for your national priorities, you risk being ignored, or worse, having others set your priorities for you. Neither is an outcome worthy of this young nation. So my call today, as one Pacific Island friend to another, is to urge you to use this important summit as the foundation to develop a clear, concise, and consistent national communication strategy. It's possible that you may need outsiders to help you with the process, but, and this is very important, the messaging itself must be Marshallese derived and grounded in your culture and your common sense of purpose. And that's the starting point for success. Again, I ask the fundamental question before us at this summit today. If Marshallese don't tell their story, then who will? Komo tata and mahalo for the honor of addressing you today. I find myself inspired, and I have over the last few days seen journalists and public information officers and government officials gathered in the common purpose of making media better and making democracy better. And I'm invigorated by the spirit of democratic values that are so evident in this summit. I wish you much success in carrying out all you must do in the weeks and months to come. And I bid you aloha from the great state of Hawaii, and thank you for having me here at this summit today.
Komol Dada, Mr. Weiner, for all the information you have shared with us this afternoon. Palala John kapokobangan Mr. Weiner kan jad nalalawa raman enjoy naron paglo riding. We are coming to the end of our ceremony this morning, and we started with prayer, and then we will close with prayer also. So I will ask Reverend Pinejal to come and close our ceremony this morning with a prayer. Kachidi pan rebellion when baron mantam kill kwe login chipong ni genchar. Reverend Pinejal.
Kin percarip penron. Abane man melalago amani jangan iyan ini mkemut chinoy pen president inam speaker inam kap terkabel rin kan cerbalangan media cebelo ailing kino dak ilo Pacificin meron lalin ilo ilang wawen kim celaga ilang menggoroman rajwalang jan cerbalagay nair ngan karong ngan kajalay alben wawen gain kare gawar melalang roman ngan kiyo rumjer walak meno ilang dada elap dada amani kemi ay guji kajorewam kuna cempawre rangan nudur jaga cerbalagay pangeranaj cije daga rabaman arana pagilo tili jaga mall elap dada kan merong ko kamerong irgaga kejaraman cerbalagain rolap aram jerain rai lulur jage em rugabel rain ngan tilimaga alben wawen gain kif sonjen jan ailing jirikain ilo Marshall Islands kami jidongan cemalogan yanin kemari chinoy pamum kami kejamalogan ano ko chinoy nim cemalogan binodum jalok percuan alen kejaraman cerbalagain rilom tabrak Yaraman participant rain ni lawair na cipalag ngani jogor ari to jani iyal ge nair kujiman ilo cabarot wawen boy menodum jira man aje waj menodum ji iro ilo atta ilo tan nejimot Jesus Christ kumolot amen.
This is the end of our opening ceremony this morning. We will have a group photo. So can we have all the participants to come somewhere? Where, Mr.
A question or a comment to Andy, and just from the table there, and then we can march along.
Yes, thank you again, Gift. In our a little over an hour conversation yesterday, we discussed quite a few issues. But I think the question now from me, as the Senator for the People of Rolla and the Speaker of the House at the moment, is can you come and join us in that effort of communicating the message to Washington, D.C.? I said it to you privately, but I'm going to do it publicly right now. That's my question to you.
I'm guessing that there are probably more people involved than you in making that ask. I was delighted when Giff and Floyd asked me to be here, and thank you for sponsoring this. I am more than happy to be a resource on the issues that you're looking, to address. I look at what you're trying to do right now, and it's obviously very challenging. And so if my skills at some point could be helpful, then absolutely I'd be honored to assist you. So maybe down the line we can talk about that.
Excellent. I still have your business card with me. We tried to bring Floyd a couple years ago and trying to utilize his expertise and institutional knowledge and try to get the word out to media on our compact negotiation. And I'm disappointed to say that that didn't come to fruition. It's not because he did not want to help us. He was ready to go, but it was of our own making leadership in the country. So I hope that this time we'll focus and stay more focused after the excellent message that you delivered this morning during this opening ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions from the group? If not, I'll start. So Andy, you talked about the need for the marshals to be more forceful in its messaging. Are there any Pacific COFA nations that are successfully doing that?
I can't say that anybody is doing what I would consider to be an exemplary job. I look at what's going on with Palau and with FSM, and I'm not necessarily sure that I see their messaging getting through any better or any worse than RMI. But I think my concern is that RMI's messaging is more complicated. And there's a greater challenge for RMI because of the nuclear legacy that exists in this country. And so the issue that I look at in DC at this point is I'm not sure that I can point to anybody else and say that they're doing a particularly good job. I mean, in fact, to take it even one step further, I'm not sure that I can look at the US territories, Guam, CNMI, American Samoa, and look at them and think that they're actually doing a great job in messaging, despite the fact that they at least have delegates in Congress. And so I think it's a problem that is not just an RMI problem, but it is a Pacific Islander problem. But because of the nuances of the history of RMI, the need to have the ability to have sharp messaging that people understand, I think is probably more important for this country than perhaps anybody else that the U.S. is going to be considering either in its territories or in the COFA negotiations.
Thank you. Questions from the group? Mr. Speaker?
Yeah, thank you, Floyd. You know, talking about the nuclear legacy, I actually wanted to make a statement alluding to that, but because of the time constraint, I did not. So I think this is an opportune time to do it. So for especially our media that are here from the region, you can help us share the facts. So at one time in the U.S., and I'm not seeing that to be the case today, it used to be that truth is power. But the way that the media is presenting itself in the state and different other Western societies, that is not the case anymore like we are used to. So in terms of the nuclear legacy in the Marshall Islands, as I've shared with you, Andy, the United States has no better friend than the Marshallese. That's my genuine personal belief. And I'll corroborate that with facts. So during the World War II, Japanese Empire was here, and the United States was trying to conquer the rest of the Pacific. Our very young man and older man played a role as a scout to try to show the strongholds of the Japanese in the country. Later on, 1946 to 58, 67 bomb tested. During another war, I consider that a war. It's called Cold War. But this is when the Soviet Union, the former USSR, was arming itself 24/7, trying to be the most powerful weaponized country in the world. And the US was doing the same. The immense power that shows the mighty power of the United States was displayed on Bikini Atoll in the Marshall Islands. Bravo shot, 15 megatons bomb exploded on March 1st, 1954. Aside from the other 66 bombs. That made, I believe, the Cold War receded. This is when the U.S. started to articulate itself to become the most powerful country in the world as a result of their weaponry being perfected here in the Marshall Islands. Unfortunately, as a result of that, second highest cause of death in the Marshall Islands is cancer, aside from diabetes. And I genuinely believe it's a result of nuclear exposures and continue to be exposed to nuclear. A lot of our folks are not back to their islands, including my constituency. Ronglabis are scattered all over the Marshall Islands, no matter in their own country, because their island is contaminated. These are the great negative impact of that race, of that war. So, continue on to the voting rights in the United Nations. One country that's almost 100% voting with the US is Israel. Guess who is the second one in their voting records with the United Nations? That's Republic of the Marshall Islands. So let's look at the current situation. The enrollment of our young men and women in the military, US Armed Forces, as per capita, above the 50 states of the United States, are from our region, including the Marshall Islands. If in any event there is a nuclear launch from rogue North Korea, guess who's going to have to shoot that nuclear launch? Kwajalein Atoll, Republic of the Marshall Islands. Or China, for that matter. Before any warheads hit Hawaii, I'm sorry, Floyd, to have to name your second home, and yours as well, Andy. You spent a lot of your times in Hawaii. Before it hit Hawaii or Washington, D.C., or any state, California or what have you, Kwajalein will be the first launch to prevent that. That's in the Marshall Islands. So let's look at a couple numbers. Numbers never lie. We all know that. Nevada test site, 1,403 kilotons of explosive power yield. In the Marshall Islands, is 108,463 kilotons. That's over 75 times more powerful than the Nevada test site. Let's look at another number. Compact of Free Association Agreement, U.S. agreed to give us $150 million for compensation. Guess what happened to that money? It was exhausted 20,000 years ago. It is that small. Comparing to Nevada test site, where it's only 1,403 kilotons of explosive power, they've given them close to $4 billion already. So if we want to talk about equity, there is a big lopsided scale, and Marshall Islands is at disadvantage in this particular scale. So one of the reasons actually why there's an impediment on the compact conclusion of the three compact, major reason is one of them is the nuclear legacy issue. I publicly stated, no nuclear, no compact. And when I first met with the ambassador, Yoon, appointed by President Biden to be the negotiator for the compact for RMI, the rest of FAA states, the very message that I delivered to him, genuinely, with love and kindness and honesty, the days of the United States looking away from us and only think that we see the back of their heads will have to come to an end right now. You and I need to face each other to resolve issues. So far, we have come a long way. This is a special and new relationship. This is our choice of partner. We've sacrificed with them throughout the generations, and will continue. But the big obstacle at the moment with the compact negotiation is the nuclear, what I call injustice, but I generally call nuclear legacy. So I just want to put that on record. These are all facts. They're a number for our folks here to share wherever you go, the facts of your friends in the Marshall Islands. What happens in the Marshall Islands and the ruined tomb, we understand it started to leak, will come to your shores as well. So let's see if we can find a national coordinated strategy to communicate this message that I just presented here and many other messages. So with your help, we hope, and I hope that we can go further as we continue to try to conclude our compact with the United States, our greatest friend and ally. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, the follow-up to this, and I know there'll be other questions today, but one of the things that I was trying to do in the talk that I gave was to urge this country to develop the messaging that is meaningful to the country and to your future. And so what the speaker was just talking about was obviously a reflection of that. And so if the agreement or if the understanding and as far as how RMI wants to advocate, let's just assume that that's a core part of the messaging. That's sort of step one. And then the next steps are, how do you make sure that that's being communicated in a way that is understood? How do you make sure that it's consistent? How do you determine who the messengers are going to be that are going to be talking to officials in the United States? And those are all, they're interesting. They're complicated questions up to a point, but they're not insurmountable. I mean, those are things that, as far as developing a strategic communication strategy, that happens all the time. And so thinking about some of what the speaker said as some of the message that is coming from RMI, if you think about it then and compare it to what's coming out of the United States Congress, for example, their message and their focus is different. They're looking at China. And so when they're looking at the issues relating to the compact and RMI, that's their lens. And so I think one of the challenges here is how to take the issues and the nuances that are important to RMI, and how do you make sure that officials in the United States understand that?
Mr. Speaker, may I add something to your comments? So one of the things to keep in mind too, folks, is that when the first compacts were done in the 1970s, there were still members of Congress, there were lots of members of Congress actually, who had served in the war or had uncles or fathers or brothers who served in the war. They knew where the Marshall Islands was, they knew where Saipan was, they knew where Guam was. They probably had been there as young troopers. That's not the case today. In fact, we have a Congress that is primarily hardly any Vietnam veterans, let alone World War II veterans who are all gone. So we have the Pacific has a hard road to hoe here because you have to explain to these people where these islands are and who these people are. The story, for example, the speaker brought up, rightly so, of the Marshallese Scouts, one of the untold stories of World War II, great heroism. And some of those scouts were executed by the Japanese, along with some of the missionaries. The Marshallese trained by the missionaries, many of whom were Hawaiians on the island of Kosrae at the Protestant mission school there, because they were suspect of having foreign influence. So there's a long history of service to the United States above and beyond, and that needs to be shared too. So thank you very much. Other questions or comments?
Hello.
There you go.
There it is.
Thank you, Mr. Winter, for your address. I just wanted to. Sorry. Once again, thank you very much for your keynote address. We had a Q&A session previously, a couple days ago, and I just wanted to raise up a following question to one of your statements. You mentioned looking at numbers, meaning the relief funds for the nuclear legacy, and thinking that those numbers were quite fair. What is your definition of fair, and how do you put a price on the people's lives that were affected by the aftermath? And what can we expect from the new terms of the COFA in terms of the nuclear legacy?
So just to make sure I understand your question, you're asking me what I think would be a fair result in the COFA negotiations for the Nuclear Claims Tribunal or for the nuclear legacy issues?
This was during your previous Q&A, and you were saying, looking at the numbers that were sent to the RMI for nuclear relief funds, they seem pretty fair. That was your statement. And I just wanted to pick your brain on what is your definition of fair, and how do you put a price on the people's lives that were affected?
I have to say, I really don't remember saying that I thought that the number was fair. If I said that, I misspoke, because I don't recall ever saying anything quite like that. I actually tend to hold the opposite opinion in terms of the way the compensation has flowed through the Nuclear Claims Tribunal, especially knowing the history of how the U.S. government frankly concealed information relating to a number of the nuclear tests, including Bravo. And so if I gave that impression, I didn't mean to do that, because I think that I think it is more than reasonable for this country to be going back to the United States and talking about nuclear legacy issues and talking about compensation and what's fair for what happened here. I actually agree with what the speaker said in terms of the factors that I think this country probably wants to advocate for. So, as I said, if I said anything like that, I apologize. I didn't mean to misspeak, but that's not what I believe.
There's another question. Samantha.
Yes, I was interested in whether you thought there was scope for a more regional approach to messaging, sort of beyond the nationally focused asks. So, you know, as a sub-region, the other freely associated states and also the territories, whether there's some work that could be done together in terms of communicating with Washington.
I think that the answer to that is yes. I think, you know, the question, if I'm hearing it, is could the COFA nations find some places to work together in order to be better in terms of delivering message? I think the answer to that is yes. You know, I think what Floyd just said, I think is extremely important, which is that when it comes to the knowledge of Washington, D.C., the executive branch, and Congress regarding the Pacific, there is a huge shortage of information about the various countries and their status with the United States or their independent status. And so I think that there is a place for the COFA nations to work together in terms of educating Congress, the United States, and other entities and individuals who are interested in the business of Congress in what the COFA nations are. And one of the things that, you know, besides what Floyd was saying, where he talked about the fact that there's no more World War II veterans, let alone Vietnam veterans, is that you have to remember that Washington is always in a constant state of flux. And by that, it's not only turnover that happens in the White House, but it's turnover that happens within Congress itself and turnover that happens within staff. And so when I look at those sorts of things, if you go back just to 2020, when we had a change in administration, we have had over, I think it's over 40% of our House is turned over. There has been, I believe, 20 or 25 senators that have come in. since that time. And during COVID, over 60% of the staff that works on Capitol Hill in the Senate and the House, they left. And so part of what is going on is that the challenge as an advocate, and this just isn't for RMI or Pacific Island nations, but I think it's a challenge for all advocates, is that you have to understand that it's a constant battle to go back and educate, and you cannot ever assume that that knowledge, once you've delivered that message, that you're done. So if there is a way to work together with the other COFA nations so that there's a constant amount of engagement, understanding that they may end up having to do any number of meetings which seem repetitive, that's actually important, because every year there's a whole new group of people that are going to need that information. So I think that there are places where there is strength in numbers.
Samantha, I might add to that, to Andy's point about turnover. As you know, I worked for a member of Congress from Hawaii as a senior staffer. Our first week in business in January '88, we had over 700 walk-in resumes, in addition to the resumes we got in the mail, from staffers, current staffers looking for a different job. So the turnover is huge, particularly with the change of Congress or administration. So, Senator?
Good afternoon, everybody. Maybe perhaps if I were to ask you to put together a PR strategy, and how would you, given the fact that today the reason why the state of the compact negotiations are the way they are is because of U.S.'s continued understanding and position that what they are actually offering is adequate. And their position has always been that the issue with respect to the nuclear legacy is, for them, is a done deal, which in our view is to the contrary. So how would you be able to devise a strategy that will go beyond just the administration? Because I understand that the reason why these guys are saying, okay, we're going to put a price tag to what we're offering the RMI is because this is what we think is fair. But we know that money is really not an issue, because the reason why the United States continued to be present in this part of the world is because of its strategic and national interest. And without them being in the Marshall Islands, their continued quest to be the most indispensable and most powerful nation on earth will not be realized because of their ability to do all these R&Ds on Kwajalein, which is in the Marshall Islands. So how do we emphasize the importance of the Marshall Islands using the importance of Kwajalein and trying to impress upon the United States that the U.S.'s obligation with respect to the nuclear legacy, it continues to be somewhat unfulfilled. And I think the only way we are going to get a breakthrough is for the messaging to be heard by power at B, whether it's the administration or whether it's Congress. So I just wanted to, pick your brain on how do we would devise a PR strategy. Thank you.
So I would, Senator Paul, thank you for that question. That's a really excellent question. And what you're describing, I don't want to call it crisis communications because it is not that exactly, but it would be a need to do something fairly quickly. And there are several things that come to mind. I could start sketching out what parts of that look like. Some of which I'm hearing in the room, and some of which I've heard over the last few days that I've been here, which is, first of all, what are the messages that RMI wants to deliver as it relates to the negotiations, especially as it relates to what's going on up in Washington. And certainly the speaker had some number of things that he brought up that could definitely be part of that set of messaging. But if I was going to come in, I think the first thing is making sure I'm clear what it is that RMI wants to be communicating to DC. And some of that, I think, needs to be looked through the lens of who it is that you need to influence up in the United States and what messaging with them would be effective. The messaging might be similar, but it might differ some between how you're going to talk to a Republican in Washington, D.C., and how it is you're going to talk to a Democrat. It would be related, but you'd want to make sure you have your messaging very clear. So that's sort of step one. Step two is figuring out who are the messengers, because I would say that probably the most important thing right now is to figure out if you're trying to have a say or to try to get the United States government to better understand what it is that is going on. Part of it is going to be who is going to go up and be the voice or voices that are going to be speaking, to the United States government. Together with that, you'd want to probably have a media strategy where you're looking to have communications on the earned media side that would be supporting and talking about why it is that the situation that relates to RMI's history is unique and should not be viewed in the same way as the other compact nations. And then developing a strategy as to which outlets in the United States, whether those are print media, social media, or the television or televised media, who would be receptive to hearing about this. And I would say that there's going to be receptivity to people. I think they're going to be interested in hearing this story. One of the things I sent over to Floyd and Giff this morning, I woke up and looked at the local Honolulu online publication. The top story was on the Bikini Islands this morning. And they're interested in that in Hawaii, and I think that you could get people to be interested in not just that part of the story, but the whole nuclear legacy story, if there is a concerted push to make that happen. So it's developing the messages, it's coming up with the messengers, it's having an alignment with that, potentially a media strategy. Then it's trying to find out, are there partners? I'd be asking questions like, what partners are out there, whether those are NGOs or are there other entities that are out there that are willing to be part of that messaging as well, so that you have a larger group of people that are out there who can fan out and then look to deliver that message. Then once you get to Washington itself, I think it's having a laser focus on who is involved right now in those negotiations. Who is involved at the White House? The one thing that I've told a few people that's really interesting about the Biden administration is that it's the first time that they've had a senior counselor who focuses on Asian American and Pacific Islander issues. She sits in the White House. She reports directly to the Chief of Staff for the White House. That's never existed before. She also happens to come from Hawaii and has a sense of Pacific Islander issues. And so she would certainly be somebody that you'd want to probably speak to. But then you would have the State Department, you'd probably have the Defense Department, you'd have Interior, just as a start in terms of some of the places that you probably want to talk. It might involve Health and Human Services to the extent that there's health issues. There may be issues that relate to the Environmental Protection Agency, and figuring out who within those agencies actually is interested and could help influence those negotiations. Up on the Hill right now, I talked a little bit in my speech about the new committee that just got stood up in the House that's looking to do work and looking to do oversight relating to the COFA negotiations. I think it is probably a likelihood that you'd want to visit each of those members that sits on that particular committee. If you go back and take a look at the transcript of the hearing and what questions they were asking, you could tell that there were some members that had a sense of the legacy issues in RMI, but that's not across the board. And their interests, a lot of times, were much more focused on the U.S. security interests. But those are individuals that you'd probably want to have a conversation with. Over in the Senate, I'd want to identify members of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee and probably some people geographically that would be interested and aligned with being open and interested in the discussions relating to RMI. I've heard a couple of times, and I was aware of the comments that Senator Manchin made a couple of weeks ago, who's the chair of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, and he was questioning why it was that RMI was going to be looking for more per capita than Palau and FSM. And whether or not his staff or Senator Manchin has an understanding of the history of RMI, I don't know fully, but there are definitely members of that committee that I know would be interested in the story that you have to tell. So I've kind of charted out what a strategy would look like. I would be a little bit more careful in terms of how I would do it. I may have missed some things, but if you're asking how it is I would think through that process, it would be that, and then it's rinse and repeat, meaning once you go through once, you can't assume that you've done the job. You're going to have to go back again and repeat those messages and make sure that those staffers are aware of you. Become a presence such that when Congress is doing oversight hearings, they're going to look to this country to be a resource, so that they're asking them questions, or asking you questions about what it is that you care about, so that they're not just asking it through the lens of what does the United States care about, but it's what does RMI care about, and getting that to shift over, I think can be done, but it's going to take some diligence in terms of the right message, the right messengers, and the right targeting in terms of how it is that you're going to communicate. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's how I would go about working on a strategy.
Thank you. So how would you advise with respect to try to focus the messaging on, because you raise an interesting point, that the reason why they convened this this subcommittee, the Indo-Pacific Task Force, is because it's circle around U.S.'s national security interests in the region. We understand why, right? But how do we tie that? Because whatever the United States does will always at the interest of the United States. How do we tie these negotiations to that, and to a point where we said, this is actually contingent on you achieving this particular objective in safeguarding your national security strategic interests in the region? If you can't take care of these outstanding issues with respect to the nuclear legacy, the ongoing COFA negotiations, then your strategy to achieve this overall strategy, it won't be complete unless this is actually addressed. So how would you massage the message in order to get that message across? Because that's very, very important, because we all know that the United States will not embark on anything that does not constitute an importance to the national security, national interest of the United States. Thank you.
I mean, Senator, that is definitely a place in terms of strategy of something that we do and we do all of the time. The thing that I said earlier today was that sometimes you have to take messaging and sometimes figure out how you're going to target that messaging and figure out what parts of the message are going to resonate more, say, with Republicans than with Democrats. And the Speaker's examples this morning, when he was talking about things like military service, when he was talking about the fact that RMI is on the front line, if you will, of security for the United States. And if you are focused on those sorts of things, those sorts of messages then, I think, open up the door to having a conversation about, well, what's the legacy of the United States being present in RMI? Then you look for other things that are sometimes may seem a little bit strange, but are the, when you're looking at who you're delivering a message to, may make a huge difference. So the House Natural Resources Committee, which is the committee that has jurisdiction over this task force, and ultimately, if there's an agreement, that's where the hearings would take place on approval for any of the COFA agreements. The chair of that is a gentleman named Bruce Westerman, who is a Republican from Arkansas. What does Arkansas have a fair number of at this point in time? When I was representing a Hawaii member, and I had an issue involving COFA nations, or RMI in particular, the first call that I would make would be to Senator John Bozeman's staff from Arkansas, Republican, but a number of his constituents are Marshallese. And so there are things like that may seem like they're not, the normal things that you would go and focus on. But those personal sort of connections to the people of the Marshall Islands is going to be something that you can go talk to a Bruce Westerman about. And even though ordinarily it may not be an area that he would focus on, he's got constituents that actually are from here. And so that's part of an answer. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but Bruce Westerman being one example. Senator Martin Heinrich from New Mexico, who is a member of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, is somebody that has spent a tremendous amount of time in the Pacific Islands, and is somebody who actually has a feel for a lot of the issues relating to COFA nations. He actually understands the history pretty well. And so one of the things that you'd want to do is not only look for a way to hopefully influence people and get them to understand, but in the end, you also need to develop some champions. You need to develop some people in Congress and also in the administration who are able to effectively articulate why it is that the United States, when it's considering the end product of any negotiations, has to take into account these nuclear legacy issues. And not every single member of Congress or senator is going to view it purely from the standpoint of China versus the United States. There are going to be members that are going to look at it in terms of fundamental questions of equity and fairness, concepts like environmental justice, which are very much in vogue at this point in Washington, and understanding the groups and organizations and individuals that respond to those kinds of messaging. That would be part of the advocacy that you'd want to do as well. So for Democrats, speaking in terms of environmental justice is something that the Biden administration talks about all the time. They talk about it in terms of how it is that they're going to take care of Native Americans and Alaska Natives and Native Hawaiians and African Americans, and they're looking at the history of what the country has done to those individuals. And so when they pass the Inflation Reduction Act and the infrastructure bill, there are large chunks of those funds that are set aside to address those historical inequities. And I believe that similar kinds of messaging are going to resonate, and not just with Democrats. I think Democrats generally it will resonate with, but I also think that there are some Republicans, especially ones that are used to dealing with Native Americans and tribes in states that Republicans are in charge of, where you can go in and make the case that is what has happened out here is no different in a sense, and in fact far worse than what's happened to a lot of indigenous people throughout the United States. So if you start to put those kinds of arguments together, my belief is that you could persuade a number of people why it is that RMI sits in a different place and why it is that those need to be considered when you're looking to finalize negotiations. You have to have that sort of unique edge to it so that when people are looking at those negotiations, they're not just lumping you in with everybody else, because your history is unique, your story is unique.
Mr. Speaker, may I briefly outline the project you talked about? Would that be all right? So the speaker a couple of years ago asked me to come up with some ideas on how to bring the nuclear legacy issue before the American public. And that's a big order. But what we came up with was a plan to work with the Marshall Islands churches, with the churches in the U.S., identify districts that were districts of key members of Congress, chairmen, committees and subcommittees, and have a speaking tour for Marshallese to talk about how their people have been treated over the years, the cancer issues and things like that. And go to these districts and speak in the churches and get the people writing to the members of Congress who are constituents, not just foreign governments. And it was a very simple plan, and then work with a group like Andy's in Washington to connect the two. It was a pretty efficient plan. It had good possibilities, but unfortunately, the timing was just pretty bad. But
I did not control the budget, so.
yeah. So, but that's how we talk about strategic communications planning. The strategic communications part of this was what was the outcome? More Americans learning about the nuclear legacy. The tactical outcome was going to be members of the district writing to their congressman asking for justice on behalf of the Marshallese. We were about, we can take one more question.
Sorry, thank you so much. One last question from us, sorry. My name is Eunice, and I am one of the attendees of the PMI workshop, and I'm representing the Chamber of Commerce. So this is for Mr. Andy Weiner. You have been supporting other states, especially Hawaii, in developing their communication strategies. And how have these benefited Hawaii and the Pacific, directly and indirectly maybe? And what are the aspects of these strategies could RMI imitate, could RMI consider? Thank you.
So I think that there are lessons that clearly, doing work for Hawaii is going to be relevant. The work we do for Native Hawaiians in particular. I do a fair amount of advocacy for the state of Hawaii, University of Hawaii on behalf of Native Hawaiians, and trying to filter advocacy here through the lens of the indigenous people here and their needs. I think that forms the basis of the messaging, and so in a sense it's similar. It's also similar to the work that I do for I represent a couple of Native American tribes, and when we're looking at how to develop messaging that works, grounding it in the needs that the people have, or the tribe, or in Hawaii, the Native Hawaiians have identified, has made it, I think, easier to find champions. And I think that one of the things that, as I look at Hawaii and the way we did advocacy, it's the partnerships that we were able to form with other states. And so if I was looking for places to form partnerships or states to do outreach, some of the states that I do outreach for on behalf of Hawaii, like Alaska, New Mexico, Oklahoma, which all have large indigenous populations, those are also similar to probably the states and the members that I would look to if I was looking to develop advocacy on behalf of Pacific Island states.
It's lunchtime, and I do not want to stand in the way of lunch. So thank you very much, Andy. Speaker, Senator, thank you very much. Thank you all. We will take a break for lunch.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for sticking with us at the Summit on Democracy. We're really delighted that this program is just going to keep rolling today, and our next speaker is Kalafi Moala from Tonga. Among other things, he's now the president of the Media Association of Tonga. Kalafi has been active in journalism for over 30 years in both Tonga and New Zealand, and he founded the first independent newspaper in Tonga in the 1990s. He's also started a media organization that produced TV programs and operated an FM radio, and he's a two-time winner of the Pacific Journalism Freedom Award. He has sold some of his media operations. He still runs a website for investigative journalism, and he chairs the Pacific Anti-Corruption Journalists Network. And the theme of Kalafi's talk today is independent news media and traditional leadership. Can they live together in the Pacific? And with that question, I'll turn it over to Kalafi.
Thank you. Thank you, Gif. It's really a privilege and an honor to be. I was speaking in Tonga. I would have spent the first 5 minutes going through the names of all the dignitaries here. We call it whakatapu, acknowledgements. I won't do that. Not that there are no dignitaries here, but we're not in Tonga anyway. We're talking about two things here, independent media. And when we say independent media, what we're really meaning by that, media that's not owned by either government or church. Media in many of the Pacific Islands were originally founded by either the government or the church. In fact, the church owned some of the first newspapers and media organizations in the Pacific. In Tonga, for example, they had the newspaper about 100 years ago. Now they've got not only newspaper, they've got radio. So they're a powerful group, the church. And so the government is the other institution that own media. So when we're talking about independent media, we're talking about privately owned media or media that comes into a society without government control or influence and without church control or influence. So that's what we mean by independent media. Media that is free, media that's allowed to be able to operate and function without a particular agenda. Now, when we talk about traditional leaders, how did you become a chief? He was shocked. He said, well, I was born one. I said, oh, okay. So being a chief is not based on into it. He said, exactly. So this chief was quite annoyed with that question, and he went and told other chiefs that this stupid kid called Kalafi Moala, who was running a newspaper, was asking all kinds of questions, which was, of course, didn't do me well. One of the reasons they gang up on me later. Now, go back to traditional leaders. Traditional leaders are really created by a culture. And I want to talk a little bit at first about culture because this is so important. Every single one of us live our day-to-day lives based on our culture. Our culture is simply a pattern, behavior patterns that we have adopted in our different society, that we function and we do things every day without even thinking about it. And I wanna call on a few people here, if they're still here, let's start with saying hello. You know, like Andy and Floyd, myself, that I went to school in Hawaii. We say aloha in Hawaii. And in Tonga, we say malolele. The Samoans say talofa. The Fijians say bula. But there's more than just saying hello. There are certain things that we do. For example, in Tonga, when you're introduced to somebody, you kiss them just on the cheek, one cheek, you know. And as a kid growing up, I used to love that, particularly if I'm introduced to the opposite sex. The Maoris, they kiss each other by touching nose. I lived in New Zealand a few years, and I used to go to functions where you as a speaker has to touch nose with a whole bunch of people. And, you know, me being always asking all kinds of questions, I think, wow, what happens if the person has a cold? You know, because it's winter. And then you have, of course, other islands that have different ways of saying hello. Some they hug, and some they adopt the Western way, shaking hands. You know, I used to think one of the most craziest way of saying hello is to shake hands. You know, two people shake hands, move it up and down. How unexciting that is, yeah? But then things change as we go along. Things change to the degree that, I mean, since COVID, I see people don't even shake hands. They punch, you know? And I see a few people in the Marshall Islands doing that. Some of the leaders that were here, I saw them, you know, punching each other. You know, I hope that's not political. So we have different ways, according to our culture, that we do it automatically, how to say hello. The French do it a different way. All different peoples do it a different way. I remember being in the States and happened to be in a black church. And I was fascinated with the way they say hello to each other. Those were the days, I don't know whether it has changed, where they were shaking hands and they were going. And I'm going, wow, I couldn't even do that. You know. So culture is something that we do. We say hello. It's part of our culture. And we do it differently in different ways. And then not only saying hello, how do you say hello in a culture? First things you learn in a culture, but also the way we eat. Interesting. Different cultures. I was a 16-year-old high school graduate, and I went to New Zealand for education, and that was my introduction to a foreign culture. And the thing that really got me was the eating. They set up, you go into a family and they set up a plate, and then you've got all these things on the right side of the plate and all these things on the left. The right side, there is a knife, and there is a spoon and another spoon. And then there's a fork on the left, and then another small fork on the left. There's another small plate there. They call it the bread plate. And I, as a Tongan boy, comes in there and sits, and I look at it, and I'm just totally confused and scared. You know, but my father, who had lived overseas, said to me, what you do, don't get confused, you start from the outside. You know, start with the instrument that's on the outside. And so you learn that quickly, but the one thing that frustrated me in New Zealand in eating is that those guys turn the fork upside down when they eat. And I go, why the hell do you turn the fork upside down? Couldn't you just scoop it? My friend said to me, no, if you scoop it, you look greedy. Oh, so I had to turn it upside down. And one of the common New Zealand dishes is mashed potatoes, lamb chop, and this little green round piece, you know, the piece out of a can, round, and it's there, either that or corn. So here you are trying to eat with your fork upside down. How do you pile this green piece at the back of your fork? The first time I did that, I had green peas running all over the table. And then I thought, turn the fork. And that's where I love the Americans. They have just one knife there to cut whatever you need to cut. They just get the fork and they just scoop it with their right hand. You know? And we islanders from the south are a bit better. We eat with our hands. And that's why we wash it first. So the water that you serve is not to drink, it's to wash your hands. And then you just eat with your hands. It's so nice. A Samoan friend of mine was in Hawaii one time, and he was in a fairly highly educated environment where they were eating at the cafeteria, and one white guy was kind of mocking him. You don't know how to use the fork. Huh? And my Samoan friend just kept licking his fingers. And then my Samoan friend said, well, you know, I would have used a fork, but that fork has been in so many people's mouths in this restaurant. At least my hands have only been in my mouth. That's why I use it. The Palangi shut up after that. All I'm saying by telling you these stories is these are cultural things that we do. And we're comfortable with that. We don't even have to think, you know. It's like when you go out here, you drive on the right side of the road. It's part of your culture here. And you don't even have to think about it. Those of us that are used to driving on the left side will have a problem because we're from a different culture. Culture is behavior patterns, how we live our life, how we do things. Even culture teaches us how to think, right and wrong, things that are good or bad. That's all part of culture. And in that culture, which we practice in the village, every single day, we also create the institutions in our society, including our traditional leaders. Don't let those leaders tell you that the reason they're leaders is because their great-great-grandfathers were great warriors. It's bullshit. The fighting was done by the common people. The chiefs would sit there kind of picking their nose saying, well, I hope you win so that I'll be a chief. So the chiefs were created by the people. Now, how do these two systems exist with one another? A system where there's a very strong cultural uniqueness with traditional leadership among them, a system where we live our lives every day, and then you have another system where it's independence, news media, where we're taught to be watchdogs, where we're taught to speak the truth to power. But let me just ask a few questions here. Kelly, I've been talking to Kelly here from Nauru, and I found something absolutely incredible. Kelly tells me there are no chiefs in Nauru. How can you have an island country exist without chiefs? You know? And I'm sure that Joan can confirm this, but Kelly, can you say that? Here's a mic here. Just grab it. Kelly's from Nauru. She's one of the two visitors here. Go ahead. Is it on?
It's on. Thank you. So, as I said, growing up, I was not sure if they're chiefs. Maybe they were before, but I never knew about it.
Wow. They were before? No longer now. Kelly's 22 years old, and she said in the 22 years I grew up, no chiefs. You know, I can't relate to that as a Tongan because we have more chiefs than Indians. Eve, where's Eve here? The photographer. There she is. Eve is from Kiribati. I'm sorry, RMI. I'm sorry, Eve. I hope you didn't take that as an accusation, but a compliment. Eve, you know, being a Kiribati person here, yeah. Do you agree with me that there is a culture? There are certain ways of doing things here in the Kiribati? Oh, why am I so... You see, Raymond has been hanging around with me for so long. RMI, I'm sorry, RMI. The question is that, do you agree that there is a particular way of doing things in RMI, say different from Kiribati or different from another country? A culture. Yeah, yeah. What are some of the things that you feel is a unique part of your culture here in RMI? How you do things? So it goes through women, not men. Wow. Wow. I'm glad I was born Tongan. That's fantastic. Where is Graciano? Where's Graciano here? The other photographer from RMI. She's not there. Okay, if she's not around, let's move to Ivan. Ivan from Solomon Islands. Is he here? Solomon Islands. Yeah. Brother, you've lived here for about 10 years. Or 5 years. Four, yeah. But anyway, you came from the Solomon Islands. Did you find the culture or the way of doing things in the Solomons different from here?
Yeah, apart from being Pacific Islanders, there are differences that I find here in the Marshall Islands.
Give an example.
One, of course, is I am a Melanesian, and they are Micronesians. Yeah, so race are different, and there are things that certain things that are also done differently. In here, I think if you talk about traditional leadership, there are more stronger than the Solomon Islands. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where I think perhaps almost like Nauru, where we had traditional leaders before, but I think now the debate is more on whether those leaders are created by merit, or are they just there as leaders. Yeah. So some of those are loose. Then here in the Marshall Islands, the Eroid system and the land tenure system is very much different. Yeah. For us, I think, in terms of development, development is based on land that is owned by government.
Yeah.
Once it's owned by people, customary we call it.
Okay.
Then it's very hard for investors to come and develop. That's right.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to the issue of culture that plays a role in our everyday life, the way we do things, all the way from our family life. We have, for example, in almost all the Pacific, a tremendous emphasis on respecting the elders, respecting our leaders. That's something that's been there all through the ages. We also have a value in our culture. We call it atakitua, which means transparency, that we are open and honest with each other. Basic things that, for example, there are no real family secrets. That you can talk openly as a family. There are other values that are very important in each culture. And what I want to say with those values that every single culture have got something much deeper than just a behavior, just the outward behavior. And those things that are deeper, the foundation of all of the cultures, there are certain values and certain ethical way of doing things. Like I said earlier, what's right and what's wrong, what's good and what's bad. And they may differ from culture to culture, but it's basically the same all over. So now we have a situation in a society where they have their own culture, they've got their own traditional leadership, except Nauru. And the traditional leadership, they're the ones that oversee or supervises what goes on in a village or in a number of villages in a particular area. And then comes in what they call a modern government. A modern government comes in, and they've got a constitution, they have a parliament, and they elect the leaders, which is different from the traditional culture. The leaders are not elected, the leaders are born, they are inherited. And then you have this other powerful institution that will run the economy, that will run things in the country, and their leaders are elected. Again, I want to point out something here that's similar. It's still people-based. It's people that elect those leaders in this so-called democracy, modern way of governance. And it's still people that must support their traditional leaders so they can continue to be traditional leaders. I think in the case of Nauru, maybe the people withdraw their support. And so because of that, no more traditional leaders. In most of the Pacific, traditional leaders still play a very, very key role. And the question that GIF put for me to chat on or talk on is a question that a conflict actually, or a tension that can happen in all of our nations. What do we do? Here we are. We're needing to do a story about land, and then we just found out that our traditional leader of this particular village have leased the land to a Chinese businessman who is going to basically come in and pay him a lot of money, and we don't know what he's going to do with that particular land. Or here's a traditional leader in another place who decides that they're going to lease their area of fishing to a Japanese or a Korean fishing crew. And then all of a sudden, we the people cannot fish there anymore because it's been leased by a traditional leader. In other words, one thing common about the two kinds of leadership in a democracy and in the traditional way, they make decisions that affect people's lives. Yeah? And some make the decisions based on how it impacts people positively, and some make decisions basically on how it impacts themselves and their family and their close friends. And so here is something that there's a tension that goes on in some of our islands. And in Tonga, we are very, very traditional. We have never been colonized so that we are accountable and report to a foreign power. If there is a power we report to, it's the local power. And we are very well structured in terms of, we have a royal family that rules the country, then we have a nobility appointed by the royal family, and in it it's through inheritance as well, and then we have the rest of us who are commoners. That's our social structure. We even have a different language for each group. And what I mean by that, there are certain ways, for example, when you say eat, to commoners we say kai. For nobles, we say ilo. And then for the royal family, we say taumafa. 3 different words. A lot of the verbs change. And those languages, asked my father one time, why do we have to have 3 languages? Oh, that's respect. We respect our leaders and those that are in our social structure. Now, why do we need to have a structure? Like in the case in Tonga, inquired, why do we have to have a structure like that? And I've been told, without exception, two things, so that we can have order and peace in our society. So the leaders look out for the peace and the order of the society. So in the midst of this functioning that's going on in our society comes in modernization, a constitution, law, and an election for new leaders. Comes in education, education is the way for the future, and so on. So if there is a conflict between these two systems, the media is right in the midst of it. And how they tell the stories, how they navigate through those two systems are very, very important. My answer to the question gives, yes, they can coexist. They can live together. They cannot be helped to live separately. You know why? Because the common people, all our people, they live the culture every day of their lives. That's the way they do things. And then on the other hand, there are certain values that we need to propagate and we need to live by. Values of truth, values of justice, values of accountability. And you see, the accountability in the traditional system is that you are accountable to the traditional leaders. In a democracy, you are accountable to the people because they could vote you out in the next election. Traditional leaders is by inheritance. You can't vote them out. So as independent media, we come in and we have quite a difficult job trying to navigate between the two. At the same time, to stay true to our speaking truth to power, being able to ask the right questions, sometimes hard questions, being able to expose lawlessness and expose corruption, but at the same time do it in a way that does not dismantle this structure here that is set up as part of our culture. The assumption, of course, which are normally wrong, is that the culture and traditional structure do not have values. Well, they do. The same kind of values. Values of honesty, truthfulness, transparency, accountability, values of kindness, sharing with one another. They're there. It's when they violate those values that's when corruption comes in and infect the system. So basically, my point is that there are same values with this system and that other system. That's why we are able to live with each other and coexist. And the more we write our stories, the more we investigate, the more we do things based on values rather than just based on how you do things, the more you are enabled to live peacefully and in order one with another. So I think I've put it there, and maybe there are a couple of questions, but my answer, yes, we can live with one another. And just like any family, sometimes there are disagreements, sometimes there are even quarrels that take place. But you get that corrected and get that fixed and you still come back. You have to live your daily life in a culture, and at the same time, you have to live in the principles of democracy, like we've said in this whole workshop and summit. Thank you, Gif. I think I'll leave it there. Yes.
Thank you, Kalafi. And church trained you well. So I have a question for you. You've implied that traditional leaders and traditional institutions all have obligations. Does the media have an obligation too in this system, in the Pacific?
Floyd, can you just repeat it again?
So the traditional leadership and the traditional institutions such as the church all have obligations. Does the media, which is part of the power system, have obligations too?
You know, very good question, but one of the things that we have found when we were starting off independent media operations, it was not just to start another newspaper. It was not just to write stories. We had a goal, and the goal was to bring reform. And so our goal was in doing these stories, hoping that these stories will produce a result, and the result will be a change. Because we in Tonga knew that there needed to be some changes happening in our own society. So objective and purpose-driven media will last, will be sustainable. Yeah, the church definitely is one institution that have an obligation, and particularly we're working with the church very closely right now with their media. They are the one that is really equipped to speak out on moral issues, and they're the ones that people listen to when there are moral issues. We had a situation, for example, where in the past couple of years ago there was an election, and then 4 people were charged for bribery, 4 candidates charged for bribery. And in court they were found guilty and ousted from their seats. They were already in parliament. And the beautiful thing was the church spoke out on that very strongly. Because the excuse was that, hey, we're doing a Tongan thing. Tongans give gifts. And I remember writing a story in our website then that says, well, yeah, it's a Tongan thing to give gifts, but not just at election time. When you only give gifts at election time, it's called bribery. But anyway, the church spoke out very strongly on those issues. And I have found in the last 2-3 years, especially, the church have been speaking out to the nation on a lot of issues that happened. In our early days, the church was very much supportive when we were speaking out on the illegality of doing the government, illegality of selling passports and citizenship to foreigners. The church came out and supported it. And so that made a lot of impact on people. People still listen to the church. Yeah.
So if I can do a follow-up question.
Pardon?
Can I do a follow-up question?
Yeah, yeah.
So you and I go back a long ways, and I've always known you to be a very observant journalist. And I'm sure this is your first time to the Marshalls, right?
Yes.
So based on what you've seen here in the past week, 5 or 6 days, what should the mission be of the media here in terms of its mission?
Well, this is a very good question, but it's a hard one for me to answer because I've come to the Marshall Islands with knowledge of what was termed today as the nuclear legacy. And I remember the one last conference I was in Tonga where there were other foreigners that were involved. And they were having a go at the Chinese. Most of those at the conference were Australians and New Zealanders, very pro-American in this tension in the Pacific. And I listened to all of that, and I just decided to be a devil's advocate, to be different. And I got up and made a little speech to the extent that I said, you know, it's interesting, we're having a go at the Chinese. But as far as I can remember throughout history, I have never found that the Chinese came to the Pacific and tested their atomic bombs in the Pacific. Quiet, you know. I have never seen any kind of literature in history that has that the Chinese have come and conquered and confiscated a Pacific island. They were not a conquering people, really, when you look at their history. The Japanese were much more a conquering people. They were out You know, they were like the Tongans in the old days. They were out trying to invade everybody in their pathway. So I'm talking like this, and everybody was shocked, you know. But they cannot help but to think, yeah, that's true, you know. And I say, when I think of America, and I say that as an American myself, American citizen, and I think of the things that they have done in the Marshall Islands, and that's saying that without having ever visited the Marshalls. I think of some of the things they have done in Hawaii. I think of the being a colonizing force in Micronesia. I think of, I see America as a bully rather than somebody with benevolence, you know. And when they get into trouble, the American thing was to throw money at it. Money will solve it. So anyway, this is the way I was talking. It is the whole thing. I was the only one that think and talk differently like that, you know. And and then I said, well, you know, we think about Papete and the French, you know. The French and the Americans have been the only ones that have tested. And I talked to the Japanese in Hiroshima and Nagasaki who suffered from that atomic bomb. Where did the bomb come from? It was from American planes. So I said, let's take it easy. Let's not get too excited about the Americans. Of course, there is another side to a lot of this, but I felt that it was important to bring that out so that we think critically on the one side and not just think, you know, that, oh wow, the bad guys in this are the Chinese. And one of the things I find it difficult, Floyd, even in being here, and I've been quiet, is that I hear that the discussions this morning was very helpful, but then I still think, you know, why do the Marshall Islands have to be trained and be given the onus and the responsibility to try to communicate and set up good deals with the United States? They're not the ones that tested the atomic bomb here. They're not the ones, they're the ones that are suffering from any effect. They're the ones that are being, you know, like this big military base in Kwajalein, you know. Yeah, I mean, great stuff. But for this critical Tongan, I thought, wow, maybe they just built it there to make up for the mess they did before. That's how I think. So all I'm just saying is we need not to take things at face value, but we need to dig deep into some of these issues. And even though this is my first time to the Marshall Islands, I have very much a heart that feels for the Pacific, for the kind of issues that they suffer most. And even with this tug of war that's happening, you know, and wow. My grandfather told me, well, the Americans saved Tonga from the Japanese. Oh, yeah? Because they came and they occupied Tonga. And I keep saying myself as a, you know, maybe I'm a weird Tongan. Why fight your wars in the Pacific? Go somewhere else and fight your wars. Fight it in Nevada or Texas or Alaska. Or go to Europe and fight it there. Fight it in Asia. Why fight it in our ocean where our life is, where we live in peace and trying to survive? So maybe there's no answer to that, but that's the kind of things. Sorry to keep going on that. Pardon? Truth to power, yeah. Yes. Yes. In other words, in this conversation, the power here is not the Marshall Islands. The power here is the United States. They're the one with the money. They're the one with the advantage. They're the one we have to negotiate with. And in the same way, I think of the early days in the Southern Pacific, the power was Great Britain. The power now is Australia and New Zealand. They're the two guys. Not so much New Zealand, because New Zealand is now overrun by Pacific Islanders living there. But Australia is still the power that we have to live with and speak to. And of course, I had one guy, a government official in Tonga told me, you know, you better be careful about your criticism of Australia because they are the biggest donor to Tonga. We don't want them to hold up the money that is supposed to be coming. Okay. That's traditional leadership talking there. Anyway. Yes, Evan?
Yeah, okay, so you're not the only Tongan that I come to get to know, but because one of my teacher at university is Professor Epiliho Ofa, which of course is your uncle, so I get used to the way Tongan academics do talk. Yeah, in case you don't really familiar with, yeah. But that's the beauty about the Tongan, I think. Epili was my literature, and he was a renowned academic here too. I asked him this question. You know, you are Tongan. He was once a private secretary to the king, and he was kicked out of Tonga, probably because of some of the way he thinks about the system, maybe. And I know about you as well. Does that mean that you have challenged the status quo? And if you're talking about traditional leadership, the way you think, the way you do things, does that mean that you are challenging the way that the traditional leadership or the structure of the traditional leadership is? And is there such a time when independent media, news media, can be seen that way as well? Where we are challenging maybe the good that or the values that traditional leadership have in a society?
Yeah, one of the issues, very important issue that's happening in most Pacific Islands, is the movement in the integration of the traditional system with democracy, so that you have the rule of law. There's one constitution, there's one law for everyone. And in traditional leaderships, usually they live by the rule of law, but the law was the chief. See? So right now we're finding a merging, coming together, happening in Fiji, it's happening in other Pacific Islands, happening definitely in Tonga. And Tonga is they're the stubborn ones on traditional leadership. But there's a movement, and it's very, very wonderful, you know. And the traditional leadership and culture, they're the most vulnerable for corruption, because there is no clear-cut way or rule that, you know, forbids except the law of the country. I need to say something here just to balance out my story on the Americans. The Americans, because they're setting up an embassy in Tonga, in Giripas. And the thing that absolutely blessed me and go back was when I was still at high school, one of the greatest things that happened in Tonga at that particular time in the 60s was the coming of the Peace Corps. And the thing that made a difference for me as a young Tongan kid was that when the Peace Corps men came out to Tonga, he was white. But he dressed like a Tongan, and he spoke better Tongan than I did as a kid. Fluent Tongan. They came in and camped in Hawaii and learned the language and the culture. And when they arrived in Tonga, they were just like a Tongan. They just had a different color skin. But culturally, they were very, very much Tongan. And the interesting thing, the guy that they had sent to Tonga to help set up the embassy there, guy, but I know, I think Tom Brewster or somebody like that. He was a Peace Corps in the 1960s. So he comes back and still speaks fluent Tongan. And he connected with the people. It became, wow, it was so easy to do that. And people related to him. People comes to his office, just tell him what we need and all of that. So that was tremendous. And they have promised that one of the things they're going to do for Tonga, to help Tonga, is bring back the Peace Corps. Peace Corps traditionally in Tonga worked in education and in health. And those are two areas in Tonga we really, particularly in the health area. So to just say, despite the criticism that I sometimes do of the Americans. I think they're doing a fantastic, some of their programs are just absolutely fantastic, and they come and meet our needs in the Pacific. It's not done because of politics or anything. It's because they see the need and they really manage that. So,
Kalafi, thank you for a marvelous presentation and questions and answers. Can we have We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to run our panel on best practices in Pacific journalism, and we'll have our panelists up here in the front, please.
We have very familiar faces up here. Is Leilani here with us? We have most of our panel. Samantha Magic, who's Islands Business. Anish Chand, who's with Fiji Times. Jemima Garrett, a freelancer up from Australia. And Georgina Kekea from Solomon Islands. Samantha, why don't you kick us off?
Thanks, Floyd, and hola everybody. As Floyd said, I'm the managing editor at Islands Business magazine, which is a regional magazine. Anish and I are going to talk together about what's happened in Fiji in recent years, and more specifically in the last couple of months. So April the 6th this year, just a couple of months ago, was a really big day for Fiji's democracy, and a really big day for us as journalists. It was the day that the Media Industry Development Act, which we knew as MIDA, was repealed after 12 very long and painful years. MIDA, the lifting of the act had been a promise of the two parties that were contesting the election in December last year, and those two parties, along with the third, managed to form a coalition which has just one seat more than the previously incumbent government. So it's a very narrow margin, obviously, couldn't get more narrow, one seat majority. But they did go into the election promising to lift, or they said review or repeal MIDA. And when they got into government, they started that process fairly quickly. So there were public consultations. You need to understand that under MIDA, there had not been a robust public consultation process. You know, we heard this morning from the speaker that that's required through committee processes here, but we didn't have that for a long time. So there were public consultations around MIDA, and media organizations came back and said, don't review it, repeal it, we don't need it. And to its credit, I think, the coalition government eventually did that. Their original intention was to review it, but they decided to repeal it, and it went to Parliament and was voted, that was successfully voted through. MIDA was an act which was introduced by the military government. Fiji has had we say 3.5 coups. So we've had 2 military coups, 1 civilian coup, and the half coup is a constitutional crisis which turned into the government of the day being removed and the military government of Frank Bainimarama being reinstated. MIDA was passed with no meaningful consultation. So about a month before it was, well, it wasn't passed, it was imposed, it was a decree. So about a month before it was imposed, media organizations were told they had to come to a compulsory meeting. They had 2.5 hours to look at a proposed decree. They were not allowed to take that decree away with them and discuss it with their legal advisors or other senior leadership in the newsroom or their publishers or their CEOs or what have you. And it was a farce, so it wasn't a real consultation. You know, it was rushed through. But you know, they could say a consultation had been held. The problem with MIDA was that it had incredibly punitive fines and jail terms for people that contravened it. And it had a provision that forbade news reporting that was against the national interest or public order, which is an incredibly subjective thing, right? In a country that's had 3.5 coups, or 3 coups at that stage, 3.5 coups, sorry. You know, who defines what is in the public interest or public order? So you didn't really know where you stood. It was very much at the definition of the ruling government. The act was widely criticized by the United Nations, by Amnesty, by our partner governments, you know, donor nations, media organizations across the region, our coalitions, but of course it was still implemented. When the Minister for Communications spoke in Parliament earlier this year about before the vote to repeal the Act, he shared a statement from the Fiji Media Association, of which both our organizations are part of, which talked about how journalists had been beaten, detained, and threatened, how their businesses had been burned, how their offices had been trashed, and their houses firebombed, which is something that happened to my publisher. He also sadly named a really sadly long list of media workers who'd been targeted as a result of this act. And one of those names was Anish Chand, who's sitting next to me. I'm the editor of Islands Business now, but I began, and I'll no doubt end my journalism career in Fiji, the home of my birth, but I was away for many of the Maida years. So I think it's really important that we hear from someone who was there throughout those 12 horrible years about what actually the toll it took on journalists like Anish, who actually bravely stayed, and did really the best they could through an incredibly punitive, repressive regime for media. So I'd like to hand over now to Anish to tell his story.
Okay, thank you, Samantha. What I'm about to say, please do not get scared. Do not think again that if you are a journalist or if you are going to be a journalist, that you are going to have second thoughts on what I'm about to say. It's pretty personal and it's coming from the heart. And previously at previous forums, when I've spoken about this, I've got emotional, but hopefully I will not get emotional today because I've realized the fact that Fiji is moving forward, and so do people like me have to move forward. So as Samantha mentioned, there was 2 episodes in Fiji's state from 2009 to 2013, when Fiji was governed by a caretaker or interim government before the elections in 2013. And then there was another episode from 2014 to 2022, when we had a democratic government in place that had Maida in position to control people like us. So I'll just start off with 2009, when the military that put on the clothes of an interim government and abrogated the constitution, and with the constitution went out all the laws of Fiji. Imagine working in a media industry in a country that doesn't have law, and the only law in that country was the force of the gun, that's the military. Under that period between 2009 and 2013, journalists like myself, Netani Rika, Samantha has mentioned, would get a call, please come to the military barracks, somebody wants to speak to you about such and such story that got aired on Fiji television the previous night or the same night. As a result, Netani Rika, our Fiji TV editor-in-chief, was called to the barracks one day. He was spat on, he was kicked in the stomach, he was pushed inside a military jail and made to sit inside there for an hour alongside with 3 or 4 other naked Fijians who were lying on the floor that was smelling of urine and feces. Upon his release, the same evening, his house was stoned. To this day, nobody knows who did it and why it was done. Myself, I did a story on the ailing sugar industry, and somebody in the interim government did not like it. I received a call, come up to the camp. I was given a flick on the ear and gun pointed at my face. Do not do this again, or else you will not continue working in Fiji. And I was made to walk 100 meters out the military barracks, catch a cab, and go to work. On a day when the military decided to take a day off, they would bring in the police. And one of the stories we did, our major thing was a military email from the military commander, Frank Bainimarama, interim prime minister, to several people. We had a copy of it. We did a story. The same night, the police came to my house in the night with a search warrant asking me to hand over that email and to name where we got the email from. Of course, I was not going to do that. So they went away, and the very next day, 3 large police trucks stand up at Fiji television with a search warrant wanting to uplift Fiji TV servers. Servers, you understand servers? Large towers, about 8 of them that control the whole operations of Fiji TV. And with this search warrant, they were about to uplift those servers and take away just because they wanted to find out where did we get that email from. Okay, it was a serious issue. Fiji TV would be closed for a couple of days or weeks. So what we decided to do was to go to the source who gave that letter to us. And we told the source, this is the situation. And the source says, okay, give my name. That's fine. So we gave the police the name of the source who gave the letter to us. The police went to him. He was never charged. So that big show of the trucks and the search warrant to uplift the savers was just a form of intimidation. That's all. Then we had the censorship that was ongoing daily between 2009 and 2013. At 5:30 in the afternoon, half an hour before 6 p.m. bulletin, civil servants would walk into our newsroom, look at our stories, what can go, what can't go. We decided in the Fiji TV newsroom, we are not going to call these ministers, ministers. We are going to always call them interim. And a story, if it had Frank Bainimarama in it, they would ask whether we will call him Frank Bainimarama in the bulletin or interim in the front. When we would say interim, they would say, you can't do that. Prime Minister Frank Bainimarama. If that order came, we decided to pull that story out to make a stand that he is not the democratic elected Prime Minister of Fiji. He is still interim. So we would pull out that story. And people like myself, Natani Rika, Merana Kitchener, got in the bad books of the caretaker government. So much so that we received a letter outlining senior military officers were going to receive this much money for their outstanding leave. We decided to do a story. And another journalist in the newsroom, he was given the task to do the story. So do the story, he had to confirm whether this letter is authentic and was released by the military. He calls up, I'm not going to name that person, he calls up that person, I want to confirm whether this is true and you people have got these payments. Exact words on the phone from the other side as relayed to us later by the journalist. Do not bother doing that story. We will come for you, we will come for Anish, we will come for Netani, we will come for Merana. We will kill you, we will put you inside a 24-gallon drum and dump the drum in the sea. From that day, after relaying that episode to us, the journalist walked out of the newsroom and has never returned to journalism again. So we lived through that. Then came 2014, general elections. Fiji was a democracy, blah, 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 blah. Then the MIDA Act was pasted on us. The MIDA Act, as Samantha said, the two things that stood out for us, it criminalized journalism in Fiji. And number two, what was good in public interest, what was bad in public interest, it was not defined in the MIDA Act, and we were made to live with it. Let's say for tomorrow, if the Prime Minister's dog died, and we reported on it, was that of public interest? That is not defined in the MIDA Act. If we put a story out there, the Prime Minister's dog died and the Prime Minister is in mourning, that could have been seen by those in power against public interest. We could be fined. Our editor could be sent to jail. Just because of that, we started practicing self-censorship. We had good stories. We wanted to do those stories, but hey, hold on. If we go and ask this particular minister, ask this government official that we have this information, we want your comments, what will happen? Do you think they will let us do the stories? And there were a couple of instances. The minute we send the email out, the minute we make a call, there would be police at the station with a search warrant. We understand you've got such and such public document. We are here to seize it. End of story. So when MIDA got repealed, as Samantha said, we were a happy bunch of reporters in Fiji. But remember, a lot of journalists in Fiji currently are from the era of MIDA. They do not understand what media freedom is, how far they can go to report a story, how far can they go to do a doorstop of the current Prime Minister. They're still learning. They're like babies, I would say, and people like us are fathers and mothers. We are overlooking them. There's a big ground in front of them. They're learning to walk, all the journalists in Fiji. And I'm just hoping that one day, very soon, they will realize, yes, this is what media freedom is. And we can now walk as we need. So those in the newsroom, that's what I'm saying. Do not get scared. Journalism is a very noble profession. Remember that. Have your chin high. I've come through all this. I'm still here. I'm still smiling. I've still got a family that loves me. I've still got a journalism fraternity that still respects me. And I'm wearing a colorful white shirt, and I'm happy. Thank you.
We'll just work our way down.
Okay, well, thank you, Anish, and it shows the courage of the Pacific media. And I think the Pacic's incredibly lucky. In almost every country in the whole region, there are people who will stand up like this for a principle that really benefits their whole community. I think in the Marshall Islands, I've been just so delighted to see the talent and the drive of the journalists here. The fact that they're thinking about ethics about journalism and they're working for their community. But globally, there are actually very big storm clouds on the horizon for media. If you look at the United States, 2,500 newspapers have closed since 2005. That's a quarter of all newspapers in the United States. In Australia, we've seen in regional and rural areas, we've seen so many closures that there are now things called news deserts, where there's not a single local media outlet. And in the Pacific, we're starting to see the pressure on organisations. There are more bankruptcies, media organisations are struggling financially. And the problem is that the social media platforms are eating the media's lunch. So they're running their stories for free, not paying for the stories that they run. They are gobbling up the revenue that should be coming from the advertising that used to go to media. And this advertising, Gif talked about the need for investment in good quality journalism. This advertising is the lifeblood of media organisations. So now some people may think, well, why does this matter when we can just Google something or turn on social media and we'll get the latest news? Well, of course, we've been talking about that. It's about fact-based, good quality information, journalism that's done in the public interest. Think how many times when you've listened to the media, some of the very interesting investigative journalism things we've heard about over the last week, or just things you've heard in your own local media and thought, wow, something should be done about this. That's the role of the media, to put that information out there so people can act on it. But the very first duty is actually just a simple one, which is not the big exposés or the watchdog stuff, it's just simple information. So say during COVID, this was really important, what is the virus, what's safe, what's not, a lot of information was needed. The point of difference, again, between mainstream media or public interest media and social media is the provision of that good quality information. But that, of course, takes skill, training, and it takes people. So we've seen, we got asked to talk about best practices. So I just thought one of the examples I thought I'd bring to you is from Fiji, and it happened during COVID. Vijay Narayan, who is the editor of the highest rating radio network in Fiji, very quickly decided to put on a show which was an hour-long interview during COVID. And he interviewed people like senior medical officers from the government, a whole range of people, and took questions from the community. And a great deal of misinformation was discussed and corrected. And I think what came out of that and some of the other initiatives was that detailed and reliable information were needed, and people need space and time to talanoa to actually understand issues. So I know a lot of government public information officers actually have difficulty getting information out. We don't just need information, we actually need quite a lot of detail for our consultation processes and our people to really understand. And the program, I guess Vijay Narayan's program was a success because people in positions of power were willing to talk to the media. And also that he as a journalist was what we call public interest media. And the Speaker actually raised this with me, and it's an excellent point. that not all mainstream media is actually in the public interest. If we look at Fox News, we're seeing in the Western world some media outlets go feral and actually take a politically partisan line or, knowingly put out stuff which they know is not based on fact, and then behind the scenes emails have revealed that they were actually laughing about this. So some of the other initiatives I've seen in terms of best practice, I guess, areas where people are brought together to build trust. And a good example is the Tunanomics workshops that Lisa Williams-Lahari, who's here, and you all know, initiated. It was a multifaceted program that ran over some years, and the key to its success was the fact that the Forum Fisheries Agency was big enough to hand over that editorial control. So it left the independence of the media intact. And so the media and the journalists who attended the programs were actually able to do their job properly, not in the sort of situation that Anish is describing. So I guess there are two particular outcomes I can think of that show, just how valuable that was. One was at the big international fisheries negotiations. The Pacific countries always have a very hard time up against the powerful distant watered fishing nations who, pretty powerful in their own right, but they all gang up. And they usually make these very hard-hitting and quite emotional often, but short, opening statements. So the journalists at Tunanomics went along and asked that these be made public, but the Pacific officials were a bit nervous to begin with and were reluctant to make them public, but they did eventually. And when they did, of course, they made really hard-hitting copy that did exactly what Andy had been talking about the Marshall Islands, of putting the case, the Pacific Island case, out there on the global stage. Anish mentioned Natani Ricker, who's a well-known journalist who works for Islands Business. In 2015, he went even further when the United States had actually did what everyone had previously thought was unthinkable and refused to pay up on a tuna treaty that they just recently negotiated. He wrote a story called "What is the US Signature Worth, Mr. Obama?" And cheeky, yes, but that's the journalist doing its job. And in fact, all the Pacific delegates were delighted because they hadn't been able to say anything about this breach of faith, but it was obviously affecting their work. So sometimes there are times when the interests of media and the people media interview will go together, but other times, of course, there is conflict, and we've talked a lot about how it may not be a comfortable relationship, but to be big enough to take the scrutiny is actually a part of democracy. I'm probably running out of time, but anyway, I was just going to mention a situation in Australia that's been very intense and controversial, and that was we've just witnessed that our greatest war hero, most decorated war hero, being exposed for murdering unarmed civilians in Afghanistan. And the journalists who were involved got treatment a bit similar to Anish, but not from the government, more from just people in the public who were enraged. People just didn't want to see veterans or the SAS criticised. But the SAS veterans, the SAS officers inside who did stick to the rules of war and didn't want to have their reputation as honourable warriors damaged were worked with the journalists, and that made led to an expose. There was eventually a court case, and after that we had a very thoughtful sort of summary of what had happened from a Member of Parliament, Andrew Hastie, who himself actually was an SAS officer, and what he said was, Defence ran a very controlled information operation which I think didn't allow for transparency that the media would have brought to the conflict in Afghanistan. The media is an important and informal part of our governance system. We have a lot of government institutions. Sometimes they fail. And it's the media's role to ask questions and bring into the light things that are shrouded in darkness. The Samoa Observer too has done quite revealing stories, and they've actually taken the next step and gone about explaining why they do it. And in one of their editorials, they said, well, the heading on it was, "When people are informed, they understand and become part of the solution." So I think, there's lots of hope because there are good media people in the Pacific. But I think we do need to be very aware that in the next decade, we've got this big issue of social media gobbling up the mainstream media's income. The media is being asked to do more because the checking of misinformation is big. We're having to get our stories out faster and on more platforms. And on top of that, we've got geopolitical players coming with sacks of cash and, in some cases, suggestions, or worse still, actual requirements of how we report. I could talk a little bit just about, well, I will talk a little bit about, there are just a couple of things that I thought has come out of the research I've done in terms of what can be done. Some is for the government side and some is for the media side. On the government side, I think for those not working in journalism, one of the most important steps is to understand the role of the media and support it. Support your local industry to survive and develop, engage with the media and build trust. Another action that was highlighted by the Melanesian Media Freedom Forum when it met in Brisbane in 2019 was to understand the difference between government and business communications campaigns and media. They're both important, but they're very different. So Andy was talking about some of the sophisticated side on the, the media strategy that might go with your strategic communications strategy in Washington. Media is a whole separate piece of that. And I guess the other issue that's affecting journalists is the rush of new donors brought on by the geopolitical pressures. So, this can actually help, but I guess the big things with that are donors need to be told that any kind of assistance has to be controlled by Pacific journalists. And I might leave it there, but I guess, yes, there are storm clouds on the horizon. The group I'm co-convener of, the Australia Asia Pacific Media Initiative, is a group of older, and some of them are retired, but extremely senior people who've realised what a problem there is for the media coming in our region and are keen to support the survival of public interest media and also to build partnerships between the region and media in Australia. So if you have any thoughts, bring them on. And thank you for the opportunity to share a few thoughts.
Thanks, Jemima. We'll open it up to questions when the panelists are finished. Georgina.
Well, thank you so much. Okay. I couldn't help but listen to what Kalafi has to say about the social structure, and I think it really rings home, especially when you're in the media trying to do your job and you have all this structure there. You have the culture, tradition, government, and of course you also have your fellow peers. I usually question my colleagues. I would say that we journalists, we are often said to be objective in the way we think, in how we look at things. But sometimes when issues that affects the media, we do not tend to think objectively about ourselves. We get all worked up, we get carried away, and we say, oh, they're doing injustice to us. But do we really question ourselves as well? Do we really take the time to think about objectively about ourselves? So I usually question my colleagues about those things as well. Solomon Islands is fairly a volatile country. Mainly we have post-conflicts where we are in the times where journalists, we have to be sensitive in how we report on issues as well, because we want to maintain peace and order. So our topic is on best practices for media, and I run a news content, TV news content back in my home country, and we just started last year. Basically, it was because I felt that there's a gap. There was a gap in the media. I felt that the national radio, which we all looked up to as the mother body for media, or even other media, they're not really giving out the information that the people need or there are so many issues which they have not covered. So we decided to establish our own television news called Tavuli News. And yeah, we did get some criticisms from our peer colleagues. Basically, what are we trying to do? It's because it is something that we feel passionate about, and we felt that there's a gap, especially when it comes to giving out the information that people really need so that they can make better decisions in their everyday lives. Basically, it's just about issues that people feel strongly about day-to-day issues. It's not about China. It's not about whatever that's out there, but it's about our people, about the gaps in the communities. And who better to tell their stories? Because we are the ones recognized in our society as the ones with accurate information, not mere gossip as we see in some of the social media platforms, which is of course a threat. So that's the upper hand that we have. And 2 years ago, there was a riot, and it was locked down because of COVID. International flights were not, people were not traveling, and we have this burning of Chinatown and all those issues happening in Honiara. And we were the only ones there to tell our story the way we feel our story was. So we were reporting for BBC, Al Jazeera, even some media we don't even know about. We were reporting for them, and we worked from 5 in the morning, 4 because of the time differences, until 12 midnight, 1, just reporting, telling the stories as it is. And the question that we were often asked by those journalists were like, so what are people saying about China? We're like, what are people saying about China? There's nothing to say about China on the streets of Honiara. What people are worried about are the increasing cost of fuel, how they're able to put food on the table for the children. Those are the issues that matter to our people. When you talk about China, US, I was in the village where people, their daily lives were just, they're fishermen, basically doing fishing and seaweed farming. And when we asked about those questions about China, and they were like, oh, we have no idea. We don't know what's happening in Honiara. All we're concerned about is having our seaweed sold so that we can be able to pay school fees for our children. Those are the little things that people really are concerned about. So as a journalist, sometimes you have to think about your audience. Who are you writing your story for? Who's the story for? Who's your targeted audience? Most times, sometimes, I feel that we get carried away, that we tend to forget our audience, who really are the targeted audience for our stories. So in making good practices for media, I always believe in open conversation, frank discussions. It clears the air. There's no confusion. So as the head of the Media Association, I'm always advocating for media associations everywhere I go, because I saw and I see the importance of having such a body. It could be an association, it could be a network, but whatever is there to support the work that journalists do, that's really an enhancement of the work that you do in your community. And for us in Solomon Islands, in that instance, it is the Media Association of Solomon Islands that was established well before I was in the media, and I just happened to be the president for the past 2 terms. And part of our role was basically just be a buffer between government stakeholders, and of course Marcy gets the backlash all the time when something comes out in the newspaper and they saw this reporter writing about issues, and then they said, oh, misinformation again. What is Marcy going to say about those issues? What is Marcy going to do about the journalist? But then there's sometimes you have to sit back and think, where am I in this whole structure? Where does my power extend to? What can I do? So those are the kind of things that we also have to make as we do our job. So it's quite complex. The higher you go, you will see that things will be more complicated. How do you maintain your independence while at the same time you also have your family connection? You have everyone is connected to each other. So having some sort of group really helped. Like when I cannot cover a story, like for the investigative stories, we have a group of journalists that just established their own organization. So if it's anything investigative, we pass on the knowledge, the information to them so that they can do their own investigation. And we focus on what we are established for, not trying to do everything at one time, knowing what your mission is, your objectives are. It will keep you in line, and you don't go out and step on other people's toes or even doing something which is well beyond you. So we also share information basically amongst ourselves. And I guess having an independent media, for us, we really need to question it ourselves as well. As I've heard, like being a public broadcaster, are you independent? We need to start asking those questions. And just recently we have the national radio, SIBC. We see on the news that, government is now taking over SIBC, and SIBC will not be independent anymore because government is now funding it. But it's been that way all along. I worked for SIBC 23 years ago when it was still under government funding. And we thought that we were really independent in the way we do our job. But then recently with SIBC now, it depends on the government of the day, I would say really. The radio station still maintains its independence as much as it would love to. It's the government of the day that each government, they come and go, each have different policies, the way they do things. But the media, we are here to stay. And it is our role to ensure that we continue to do what we're supposed to do. And having this support from your peer colleagues, having a sort of group that will support you in your job will make you stronger. And I usually tell our members that we are small, but small, stronger together if we stick together. And just before I finish, just in solidarity, I would like to share, we've had this incident, I think it was last year. So we have the Foreign Affairs Minister from China visiting Solomon Islands. And there was this in the paper, like the program outline, there's this press conference where the media will be having a press conference with the Foreign Affairs Minister from China and Foreign Affairs Minister from Solomon Islands. So we're all excited because, those are some of the issues which we want to ask our government and China about as well. And then we just saw that there's only one question for Solomon Islands journalists to the Solomon Islands Foreign Affairs Minister, one question for Chinese Foreign Affairs Minister from Chinese media. So we decided that we're not going to attend this. This is just another public promotion event, and that's not our role. So we decided to call for a boycott of the event itself. And so we called for a boycott, and that's where we see how our members, there were a few of our members that did not attend. There were a few that attended, and of course amongst ourselves we know, because as Jemima explained earlier, finances are some of the issues, difficulties which media companies are faced with, and some they feel obliged because some of the financial support, it came from different diplomatic missions, so they feel obliged that they have to attend. So those are some of the things that are happening within the media which we ourselves really have to ask, and it comes back to values. We've been hearing about values throughout this week, and again, it's an individual thing really for us, being journalists. It's the work that we do. We really have to ask ourselves what we are doing. Is it correct? Or what are we doing this for? Also questioning the way we do things. And also, speaking of China, I remember we were the first 10 journalists to go to China when Solomon Islands switched diplomatic relations in 2019, just before COVID. Luckily, we arrived back before COVID. But anyways, we were felt that we were stigmatized just because we went to China. They were like questioning us, why do you have to go to China? Hello, we're the media, we have to remain independent, objective. For me, I want to go because I want to see and learn what's happening there. And I want to report on something that I know that I've seen with my eyes, not just hearsay. So yeah, we felt that we were being stigmatized because it's a new relationship and geopolitics is starting to come into play. But then at the end of the day, you have to grow thick skin, saying that this is your job. You're not taking sides. We are not taking sides. We do not take sides. So wherever we go, it's because of our job. Thank you.
She have said my speech, so I'm just gonna let me read this. It's Article 4, Section 2 of our Palau Constitution. The government shall take no action to deny or impair the freedom of expression or press. No bona fide reporter may be required by the government to divulge. Sorry, I think I just. No bona fide reporter may be required by the government to divulge or be jailed for refusal to divulge information obtained in the course of a professional investigation. So that's actually in our Constitution. We are protected. And, listening to my colleagues from South Pacific, the challenge that they have gone through, it's not like we didn't go through that. There was, in the beginning, we had to test this language of the Constitution. But my colleague Kalafi said something during the week that really stuck to me. Our new enemy is a friendly enemy. And I think that's something that the media today, and especially in countries like mine, we as a media people have to be very conscious of, really be able to differentiate, understand that we have good relations, but at the same time maintain independent, focused, and clarity of thought to ensure that we get right, fair information. Palau Media Council was established in 2015. I am the second president to head the organization. And our initial objective for organizing ourselves was really to educate ourselves, to train ourselves, to raise the quality of our reporting, our media companies. Let me tell you, Palau has 20,000 people and we have 8 different media outlets. Of the 8 media outlets, 1 is government, 7 are private. And of those 7, 2 are publications, published newspapers. I'm one of them. And the other 5 are radio and TV. And now with YouTube and everybody, nothing is secret or sacred anymore. Everything is out there. So it was really, we felt that it was necessary to bring training to ourselves, to our own people, to the Palau media, increase the quality of our reporting, and just to tell you the evolution, we've been around for 8 years, and just 2 weeks ago, we adopted the Code of Conduct. So it's been a work in progress. And I remember when we first got incorporated, one of our very vocal, very brave radio and TV journalist, or I wouldn't call him journalist, owner, walked out of the meeting saying, are you going to keep these foreign reporters in this organization? If so, I'm out. So it was in the very beginning of our organization that we have to really ask ourselves, are we here to tell the truth, or are we coming to the table with other agendas? That's not to say that we don't have agendas. I mean, that's not realistic. All of us are in the media, in Palau, are in the media for our reasons, different reasons. I cannot speak for the other publications or other outlets. But for myself, when I decided to go into print media, I fought with my husband for a couple of years over the idea, because I knew it's going to take a lot more than just writing anything to fill the paper and make money from advertising. It was going to take a lot out of me as an individual and as a family. My husband said, it has to be done. And I knew, as it's been mentioned during our training, that I was in politics for 8 years. And so I knew the cost. My husband was a senator for 8 years. At one point, we were both holding public office and running a newspaper. So the idea of trying to maintain that separation was very difficult at times. Sometimes my husband will say, write a story about this. And I'm like, no. And it becomes a personal issue and we don't talk to each other for some time. But it's that commitment, I think, that to the new reporters in the room and to those who are aspiring to be journalists, you have to look inside yourself, inside your heart, and say, why am I into this? Because it's not easy. Well, you can make money if you can just write for anybody and have no integrity. But if you are truly in here for integrity, and as a Micronesian, I know it's hard to write a lot of the stories because we're all related to somebody. You have to really have that inside yourself. So when we started this Palau Media Council, and over the time we have been conducting training and with all the different partners, with the UNOCD, PACCHAN, with PINA, with the Australian government, with the US government, with Japan, with Taiwan, providing different media trainings. I think our membership has improved. But again, we still have a long way to go. And this is the code of ethics we adopted, and I'm sure every one of you probably already have these. We're new to the club. So, but just first two items on this code of conduct. Number one, we are accountable to our stakeholders, and a commitment to ethical behavior, integrity, and preventing corruption will be at the core of our members in the Palau Media Council. That in itself, and I have to go back home, and then we have a meeting next Wednesday where we're going to see how we will operationalize this within our membership. Because what is popular now in my country is these talk shows that's being done by our members, where you discuss a topic, you bring different speakers, and you accept phone calls, and you have this lively conversation. And sometimes people think, oh, that's media. Those people saying their opinions out there, that's media. And even some of the host of these events, or these programs, are members of the Palau Media Council. So sometimes the general public cannot differentiate what's news and what's, talk shows. And just before I came, we had to discuss about who we allow into our membership. We have to have a vetting process to ensure that people who will join will abide by these codes of conduct that we've established for ourselves. So as we write and demand and expect our leaders, our traditional leaders, our elected leaders, our heads of organizations and heads of a community to abide by certain code of ethics, to to have integrity, we who are reporting on them have to be above that as well. We need to abide by a standard that we expect of others. And we're talking about us as a media professionals, as opposed to being those who are the object of our reports. And as mentioned by my colleague here, we have to also look internally into our processes. And I think this is what our organization has been focused on. We haven't gotten to any point where I can say we've reached that. We're still in the beginning stages, and we're being tested. And I really take that statement by Kalafi to heart, because it's something that we have to be extremely, extremely careful about. Because in our community, we are friends with our senators, our delegates, our governors. And it's really hard for me, and I've done this. I've written stories, for example, from a governor that was a colleague of mine who was convicted of fraud and bribery, and we were getting calls from him, from relatives, say, can you please not do this? And my husband was running for the Senate, and he's like, don't do this. Those people have a lot of votes. But it's those decisions that we have to make. And then we have to see them the next day and shake their hand and try not to run out the other side of the door. But it's the challenge that we, in our small communities and as reporters, have to deal with. And I hope my little sharing of what we are doing in Palau will also help our colleagues across Micronesia and here in the RMI as you move forward, because I'm sure we all have the same challenges. So with that, thank you. And I'll answer questions if you have any.
So we have a few minutes for questions. I just want to make a quick comment. The underlying message, I think, in all of these presentations is the courage required to be a journalist. It's not technical. It's real. From Kalafi going to jail for standing up for his beliefs, to Anish being arrested under the most outrageous of circumstances, to Georgina turning away foreign aid, basically, and which is remarkable. That probably would not have happened with the first generation of journalists. And Leilani Rekla is one of my favorite people because you just heard, in a country with 20,000 people, 20,000 total population, the size of a village, they got 8 media organizations, 2 competing newspapers, and for the past week and a half, in the Marshall Islands, she has put out her newspaper by herself, thanks to a wireless communication, and no sleep. And she's also been on both sides of the equation. She's been a 2-term governor, successful governor, and she speaks with courage. We talk about Kalafi, talking about truth to power. This is power and truth in one place. So we'll take questions from the audience. We have a few minutes for questions or comments. Well, if you want to see journalism heroes, they're on this table next to me on both sides. Thank you very much. We will take a short break, and we will resume with our diplomats in a few minutes. 10 minutes, please. Thank you.
speakers, and we've heard a lot from our media colleagues today. And now we scheduled a panel that we titled The Diplomatic Perspective, Media Freedom and Democracy. And we're really delighted because we have the heads of 3 of our embassies here to speak, and all 3 of the embassies represented at the front are ones that are supporting both the summit and the workshop, Media and Democracy Workshop, and this summit. So we're really delighted to have the 3. And can we have a round of applause for Taiwan, Australia, and the United States? And so without further ado, I'd like to introduce Taiwan Ambassador Steve Shah, and to let him fire away with his remarks on this topic. Ambassador, if here or there, it's up to you. If you're comfortable sitting down, we're happy to have you there. Good.
Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And I'm really, really honored and pleased to join our diplomatic panel and to share some of the Taiwanese experience and the perspective on democratization and the free media. And first of all, I'd like to thank Gabe for his efforts and all the PMI staff to put this all together. As you know, that Taiwan is a democratic country located in East Asia, and known for its vibrant media, strong democratic practices, and good governance. And we have a multi-party democratic system and has been praised for its peaceful transition of power, protection of civil liberties, and the promotion of human rights. And the country's vibrant media has played a crucial in promoting transparency and accountability in its government, while Taiwan's good governance practice have contributed to its success in promoting social welfare and environmental protections. However, Taiwan's road to democracy has been long and winding, but well worth the struggle. From 1949 to 1987, Taiwan was under martial law, and Taiwan's thriving democracy was built on the sacrifices of lots of resilient individuals from all walks of life. And while Taiwan has successfully made the transition to a free and a democratic nation, although we are still in the learning practice by joining the older and the well-experienced family of democracy. Our democratic practice have helped solidify the nation's reputation as one of the most successful democratic practices. And one of the key democratic practices in Taiwan is its competitive multi-party system. We now have around 80 active political parties as of June 18th this year that represent a range of viewpoints and ideologies, and the citizens are free to vote for the party or candidate of their choice. Elections are held regularly and are widely regarded as free and fair, with the independent election commissions overseeing the process to ensure that it is transparent and unbiased. And also, we know that whenever there's election, people are anxious to know what is the result. So every time when we have an election, we will try to have election result to be announced by 9 o'clock in the evening on the same day, so that there will be no controversy at all. Another important democratic practice in Taiwan is its commitment to human rights and the freedom of expression. The government guarantees freedom of speech, assembly, and association, and has implemented the policies to promote gender equality, protect LGBT rights, and combat discrimination. So probably you know that Taiwan is the first country in Asia to legalize the same-sex marriage. And our democratic practices are also characterized by its vibrant civil society and the media. And our citizens are highly engaged in political and social issues, and there are a huge number of NGO, advocacy groups, and grassroots movements that work to promote democracy, human rights, and social justice. These organizations played an important role in holding elected officials accountable and shaping public policy. Among those NGOs, I would like to single out One of them is it is a Citizen Congress Watch, particularly, because the Citizen Congress Watch, they conducted an evaluation of all members of our legislative yuan and announced their performance scorecard regularly so that the people are able to know that attendance rate and also the bills introduced by all the members of legislative yuan. So they are good, they are average, and they are bad, so that people can have that as a reference when they cast the votes the next time. And I would like to also give one example of how government can be changed. It's how government can change its policy due to the pressure from the media and the people. That is the Sunflower Student Movement in early 2014. At the time, our government negotiated and signed a trade service agreement with the mainland China. And when they signed the agreement, they sent it to our legislative yuan, that's Nitijela in Taiwan, for review and approval. Because the ruling party, they have a majority, so they try very hard. They try all the ways to make the agreement be passed in the committee in a very short time. But the text that they used really angered the people there then. So when they passed the agreement in the committee, then the next day, hundreds of students went on the street to strike. They even occupied our legislative yuan at that time. So they occupied our legislative yuan for 505 hours. And during this time, our TV have 24 hours live coverage. So the people will watch and follow all the news and generate more momentum from the social. So then in a few days, there are hundreds of thousands of people, they want to strike. They went on the street to strike. So then the government backed down eventually. So that trade service agreement has not passed the third reading in our legislative yuan. So despite these successes, Taiwan's democratic practice faced challenges. One of the most pressing is, well, you know that the ongoing threat from China, which consider Taiwan to be a renegade province and has sought to isolate it democratically and militarily. So China's efforts to undermine Taiwan's democracy have included cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, and attempts to influence Taiwan's election. Overall, Taiwan's democratic practices are a testament to a resilience and determination of its people. Despite facing numerous challenges, Taiwan has built a strong and a vibrant democracy that serves as a model for some other countries seeking to promote democratic values and institutions. And now I would like to touch upon how we deal with the misinformation and the disinformation. We know in this age of information exchanges, there are a lot of disinformation and misinformation. They could damage our democracy. So we have a multi-phases approach in dealing with the misinformation. One of the most important strategies employed by us is mass media education, designed to promote more critical thinking regarding news and information. The government has funded the public libraries, added fact-checking and verification strategy tips to school textbooks, websites, mobile apps, and the social media. And our government is also active in addressing misinformation threats, partnering with both domestic and international allies in their campaigns. The government has collaborated with partners such as Facebook, Google, and its various civil society organizations to confront the issue of misinformation head-on. Through active dialogue with the social media platforms, Taiwan seeks to ensure reliable information sharing and media transparency while also harboring freedom of speech. Moreover, there are several tactics that Taiwan is employing in its efforts to combat disinformation. One such tactic is the establishment of a specialized government agency to tackle disinformation. This agency is responsible for monitoring social media platforms for disinformation and coordinating with tech companies and other countries to identify and address suspicious activity. Another unique initiative is digital vigilantism. This involves members of the general public actively identifying, reporting, and countering disinformation through discussion and actions on social media and other online platforms. This innovative approach relies heavily on organic community efforts supported by the coordination of the government. And finally, we take seriously the security of its platform and the critical infrastructure by investing in advanced cybersecurity measures. So the government obtained advanced cybersecurity solutions to monitor and detect false news in real time. And how the technology can enhance democracy. And over the past few years, our government has developed multi-platform and applications to encourage transparent, accountable, and participatory governance. And one of the main tools is the e-petition system, which allows citizens to propose new policies, share their opinions, and submit petitions to the government. And this was implemented in 2015. The system established an online platform where anybody can create and sign petitions. Government officials are also required to respond publicly to petitions that gather more than 5,000 signatures within 3 months. It's like We the People, a petition system from the White House website. Another tool developed by Taiwan is the V-Taiwan platform, which connects the policy makers with the stakeholders through moderated online discussion. So V-Taiwan brings together different perspectives and expertise to propose solutions to controversial issues such as Airbnb regulation, online alcohol sales, and Uber operations. So in general, Taiwan's efforts in shaping its digital democracy have shown a positive impact on expanding access to information, promoting transparency, and strengthening participatory process. It will certainly remain an interesting story to follow in the upcoming years. And we also like to have like-minded countries to work together to promote democratization and the free media. Democracy and the free press are essential components of a healthy society. Without them, individuals and the countries are deprived of the crucial rights of freedom, to the freedom of expression, and the transparency and accountability in government will disappear. So as we have seen throughout history, the struggle for democratization and the freedom of the press can be a difficult and a challenging process, particularly for countries where these rights are not well established. However, when countries with shared values and a commitment to democracy and the free press work together, the possibility for progress are greatly increased. And to conclude, I would like to just say one word that we know that democracy is not perfect. There's still a lot of room for him to modify, to grow, and to adjust. But we need to work together. It's need our joint efforts to protect our democracy. Thank you very much. Komon Tata.
Thank you, Ambassador Shah, for your remarks. We'd now like to invite the Australian Embassy Chargé, Derek Taylor, to say a few remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this on? It's rather daunting sitting here in front of a room full of media representatives, almost as if what I see on the TV at home with a microphone in front. I'm just waiting for the camera to come in a little bit closer. But, good afternoon, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. To start with, I would like to congratulate GIF and the Pacific Media Institute with arranging such a successful workshop. I am pleased Australia was able to contribute to the program, and I'm pleased so many of you have taken the opportunity to participate. I was only able to attend this morning's session, unfortunately, but what a fantastic keynote address by Mr. Andy Weiner. Certainly his presentation was full of take-home messages for all our countries, especially the Marshall Islands. After attending a number of workshops in my past career, I think I know how you feel mid-afternoon on the last day of this workshop. I promise to only take up a little of your time. I'm rather humbled to be asked to speak here, especially as most of you in this room will probably be able to address this topic just as well, if not better than me. I offer the following comments from the perspective of an Australian citizen, a former Army officer of 25 years and a former public servant of 25 years, and here in Marshall Islands, now diplomat of 3 weeks as of today. The topic of this session is a diplomatic perspective of media freedom and democracy. I would like to reverse those words and put to you that countries cannot have a really true democracy unless there's a free and independent media, and we've heard a lot of that about that this morning and this afternoon. I said when we met last week, Australia has a long-standing view that a free and independent media is vital to building strong communities and ensuring democratic accountability. It is also in Australia's interest to help those within our Pacific family to maintain their own democracies by supporting a viable, resilient and independent media throughout the Pacific. In democracies, the media can often be viewed as a watchdog that monitors the running of the nation by exposing excesses and corruption and holding those in power accountable. And these are some of the reasons why particular politicians may look favourably upon the media. A free media has a role as a provider of information necessary for rational debate. A healthy, functioning democracy is based on the public making informed choices, and this in turn is based on the quality of information they receive. Accurate information presenting unbiased views. The media also enjoys the position of being a trusted primary source of news and information. However, when some government-funded and government-regulated media institutions are used as propaganda mouthpieces, questions arise about the independence of the media and its usefulness to accurately inform the public. Questions also arise when private corporations own the media. Are these corporations furthering their own commercial interests through the media, or are they, by providing high-quality news and information, assisting the public to understand the issues? As media representatives of one type or another, and as wage earners working to support yourselves and your families, I wonder whether you may have occasionally asked yourselves, how can you safeguard media independence from both political and commercial pressures, and yet not place your own careers in jeopardy? Perhaps you may have also asked yourselves, how can you preserve public service broadcasting, avoid dependence, uniformity, sensationalism, and how can you strike a balance between the right to privacy and the right to information? In preparing for today, I came across an article which I think is quite relevant, and I'll quote from it. It's an opinion piece by the President of the Law Council of Australia titled "Journalists to Keep Government Accountable," and was published in the Australian newspaper in October 2019. And I quote, "Greater protection of the media bolsters democracy and benefits all Australians. Power should not exist without accountability. Australia's media is critical to holding government and its agencies accountable for their actions. The Law Council, the Australian Law Council, has strongly advocated for greater protections for Australia's independent press because transparent government leads to better decision-making and a stronger democracy. As Nelson Mandela said in February 1944, a critical, independent and investigative press is the lifeblood of any democracy. It must enjoy the protection of the Constitution so that it can protect our rights as citizens." And we heard about this from the Speaker this morning about the Marshall Islands Constitution. "Any move to restrict press freedom matters to all Australians, not just politicians, lawyers or journalists. Our rights as Australian citizens can be easily eroded by government. To ensure governments are held to account for their actions, greater safeguards are needed to protect journalists who report without fear or favour in the public interest." End quote. There is interesting, the opinion piece goes on further to discuss the rights of the media after publishing classified information seen as being in the public interest. And I don't want to discuss this any further here, but it's interesting reading if you want to follow up on it. But I think the key words are classified information seen as being in the public interest. One further short quote before I finish. And this recent quote, I would like to believe, reflects the Australian Parliament's view of the media, even when things might have gone off the rails and lost direction. The quote is from 14th of June this year by Mr. Andrew Hastie, Liberal Member of Parliament and Shadow Defence Minister for Australia. And he spoke these words when talking about some legacy issues from Australia's involvement in Afghanistan. And I quote, "The media is an important and informal part of our governance system. We have a lot of government institutions. Sometimes they fail. And it's the role of the media to ask questions and bring into the light things that are shrouded in darkness." End quote. These words are on target from my perspective as an Australian citizen and as a 3-week diplomat. To finish, I wish you well in your future careers. I strongly encourage you to continue to ask the hard questions and to turn the spotlight on things that are not clear, things that are hidden from the sunshine or are trying to be hidden. Your efforts in doing so will help improve public confidence in the media and help strengthen our respective democracies. I hope you have found the past week to be professionally rewarding and enjoyable. Thank you for participating and safe travels to your home. Thank you.
Thank you, Chargé Derek. And now we'd like to move to American Embassy Chargé Henry Hand. Chargé, over to you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start by thanking Pacific Media Institute, GIF, and everyone who did so much to make this program a success. I'm in a slightly awkward dilemma right now because I have two choices. I can either shamelessly plagiarize the far more articulate words of my two colleagues here, or I can keep my remarks short. So in the interest of that, and in the interest of the fact that you've had a long day packed with some very articulate speakers, I will choose the latter and try and keep my remarks fairly short. U.S. Embassy is honored to participate here today with all of you and alongside our representatives from Taiwan and Australia, and sharing our diplomatic perspective on the importance of media freedom and democracy. As has been well said before, freedom of press truly is the cornerstone of a democratic society. It is very difficult, if not impossible, to hold government officials accountable if citizens have no insight into how officials conduct themselves in the halls of power and the background and the meaning of the policies that are enacted. We live in kind of a unique age where I think in the past, prior to the advent, the dawn of the internet age, one could argue that one of the primary purposes of the press was simply to bring information out into the open. And that's still a very, very important role if that information is hidden or unavailable. But in an age where all of us are simply flooded with information 24/7, my toaster can give me more information than I could have gotten in an entire library 20 years ago. It's also very important that there are credible organizations, credible institutions that will take that information and provide the meaning, provide the context. We've all seen many times where there may, for example, be a government policy or something that a government is enacting, and on the surface, maybe it is fairly innocuous, and if you just saw the fact of that bill, you'd say, hey, this is a good thing. But again, if you understand the context, you understand the meaning, you might have a very different view. Of course, candidates for political office, it's a very similar thing. They are going to put forth their best foot. They will espouse their policies. That's, and that's largely a matter of fact. But then the context of those policies, the background of those policies is often critical information for voters and others as they make their choices. Journalism, as has been said many times these past few days, can be very challenging. Journalists often face threats and harassment. I think journalists are some of the bravest people I've ever met. People who go into conflict regions unarmed. People who take on the power authority, the power elites of their home countries, their communities. And that can be a very, very daunting task. I think Secretary Blinken, in advocating for these types of programs like we're in today and in supporting journalists worldwide and journalist ability to speak freely, said, journalists are the foundations in doing everything they can to push back against government overreach. They can't do it alone. And Secretary asked governments to make concrete commitments to strengthen free, independent media and tackle the diverse challenges they face. And I'm proud to say that the three of us, I think, stand for that, of governments that value democratic principles standing up to support one of the pillars that makes those democracies possible, and that is a free and independent press. I hope you all take a lot away from these few days here. You've had an incredible mix of people, both your fellow participants, but also the people who've been running your sessions. I'm sorry I couldn't take part in more of them. I'm kind of envious of you all for having been able to do this the past few days. And finally, I'd just like to say thank you to you. As journalists, as people who do go out and bring news out into the limelight and provide context, and who do so much to support the values and the principles that we hold so dear, and often pay a cost for it, and I know don't get paid a whole lot for that. Thank you, because what you do is incredibly important, and my hat's off to you. Thank you.
I'd like to add on in recognizing our three panelists, the Taiwan, United States, and U.S. governments, is a theme running through what we've been doing here, and one of the most important reasons why we put this workshop and summit together is to bring focus and attention to the media sector, the needs of journalists, the needs of public government and NGO public information officers, to raise the profile of the media with a message that, as we talk about things like the advent of social media and internet and 24/7 news and needing to understand it and figure out how we get reliable information, all of this is about investing in our media sector so that our journalists, that our public information officers have a higher understanding and a higher skill set so that we can do these things and responsibly deliver quality reports and quality news. And I'm really happy to say that with the support of these three governments and others, we're able to do that this week. And I don't think that there's anybody who can walk away from the 5 intensive days of workshops leading into this summit and say that they didn't learn a thing or two. I mean, we've been working with some of the most experienced journalists in the region. For once, our local Marshall Islands team doesn't just have to listen to people like me. We have lots of experts in town from all over the Pacific, and so I say with the support of our partners, we've been able to raise the focus on media this past week, and we will continue doing so with the goal of both attracting younger people into journalism and media, as well as helping people to gain professional development that maybe they otherwise would not have the opportunity for. So having said that, I'd like to say the diplomats sitting at the table here seemed amenable to a question or two. So only 2 questions. If there are 1 or 2 questions, raise your hand and ask it before we turn the mic off.
So I think that means 1 for Taiwan and 1 for Australia.
Right. Any questions that you'd like to toss at our diplomatic team here today? Can you imagine a room full of journalists and nobody's raising their hand? Okay, Samantha Magic, the editor of Islands Business Magazine. Samantha?
I was going to let everybody else have a chance, but since you're warming up. We had just, in the session just before this one, we heard about circumstances in the Solomon Islands where a visiting delegation, there was very tightly controlled media around a media conference and a visiting delegation. And I was just really keen to hear your views on how you would approach that, your perspective on when you have high-level visits, should we be able to expect that we can get, fairly reasonable access to them? Is that clear? Sorry, is that clear? I'm being a bit sensitive.
It is. I can take the first stab and turn it over to my colleagues. I mean, I'll just say from my own... Can we get on the mic? Oh, sorry. Just say from my own perspective, there's always going to be a tension between government, especially I think a diplomatic services needs to have discreet, quiet conversations, and the public's desire to know information. The United States government is built on what we call a system of checks and balances, and that boiled down, that means that those three branches of government are always in competition with each other. So there's always going to be that element of we're never going to be able to completely square the circle on that. And I think in the United States, and I think that Chargé from Australia alluded to this, we see instances where public media outlets do gain access to kind of secret or classified information and do publish it. Daniel Ellsberg just passed away, a famous American who in the 1960s obtained and published information on the Vietnam War, which was really seminal in shaping kind of American views on that conflict. So long way of answering. I think that again, there's always going to be a tension there, and that's something that, as journalists do their job, they are going to actively press to get as much information as they can. At the same time, we as diplomats will often, obviously we can't do all of our business in the open because then we can't have negotiations or discussions and so on. We will also be endeavoring to maintain that space we need to keep do what we need to do.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. If I could just add, in relation to the Solomon Islands, I suppose, I think it's very hard for another country to actually impose our own standards on an independent sovereign nation. So when the elected representatives of that sovereign nation have an attitude in relation to the media, as you alluded to, I think Australia can object to that, and other nations can object to that because of the strong beliefs in having freedom of press and freedom of expression or whatever. But I could also suggest that perhaps the media within the Solomon Islands need to work a little bit more closely with the communities in the Solomon Islands and try and generate a bit of a groundswell support from within Solomon Islands itself to allow the government to give freedom of press and freedom of speech. And I think possibly that's the only way around it, where governments are actually trying to suppress free media. Thank you.
Can we take one more question? One more? Okay, Bada. Can you use the microphone up here?
Testing one. My question is, thank you, by the way. My question is, do you think China has influenced the media landscape in the region? If yes, how and why?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that question, even though I may not be able to answer it.
Influence the media. I recommend we start in the order of who lives closest to the PRC. Ambassador, would you like to?
Well, if you notice that this morning, our keynote speaker, Mr. Andy Weiner, he mentioned that there's a hearing held by U.S. House of Committee of Natural Resources, Indo-Pacific Task Force. And during that hearing, there's one of the scholars testified that he mentioned about the Solomon Islands and Kiribati, because those two countries reached declaration from Taipei to China. And then China has a great influence in these two countries, and some of the dissidents and some of opposition party has been oppressed. And he even worried about that those countries can be Hongkongized, which means that the freedom of speech and also the freedom of assembly, or even the free media will be have more restriction. So that's that I called him. He said these two countries will be, and it's going to be Hongkongized quickly. So that's what I can say. Thank you very much.
Well, my hat's off to Ambassador Shaw because he answered the question but used an American example. So, yes, I mean, concerned by there are many countries around the world that are using disinformation, misinformation to pursue an agenda that is sort of antithetical to the values and principles that we hold dear in a democratic society. And it's something that, I know in the United States there's a lot of concern, and I think one of the ways that we are trying to combat that is to make sure that we can get that accurate, that information out that is in context. And frankly, events like this, programs like this, are really critical in boosting the capacity of media to get that accurate information across. I'll say even within the United States, domestically, there are a lot of concerns recently because due to economic reasons, a lot of what we call small town newspapers are going out of business. And there's a lot of discussion about, people are realizing just the key role that reporter who spent all day in the courthouse or all day at the public school board meeting or all day attending just the very kind of often dull but nuts and bolts actions of government that were so important, and then reporting that out to other people. So even within the United States, I think we're very focused right now on ensuring that we have a kind of robust media environment at all levels. And I think at the end of the day, that is one of the best answers to countries that would try and manipulate information.
I was just going to add, I was having a discussion with somebody about the internet and Starlink, is it? Starlink. Starlink coming into play, and we've got 400 odd, satellites low orbiting around the place, and these little units fairly small. And I think somebody said that within their organisation here in the Marshall Islands, one little unit, he's got 50 laptop computers connected up to it. I'll go back a little bit before. I was in Afghanistan for a few months back in 2008, and at that stage a lot of mobile telephones were coming into the villages, and young people were actually getting access to the internet through the mobile telephones. And the awareness levels that was raised within the communities was outstanding. Mm-hmm. And in some countries where the internet is suppressed by governments or whatever, for whatever reason, if the Starlink units are small and portable and can put in a suitcase, then there's going to be a lot of people out there actually using these things to collect information 24/7. And a lot of young people are actually saying, well, listen, this is what's happening in other parts of the world, why can't it happen here? So I think with the advent of new technology, we're going to see an increasing ability of young people to have access to news, and an increasing, well, I don't know, but less control over the access of the internet by sovereign states. So I put to this person the discussion I was having, what would happen in North Korea if these little Starlink units got in there and everybody within North Korea suddenly started seeing what's happening elsewhere. So I think that's a groundswell that's going to promote freedom of the press even more, and it's going to promote democracy even more. So, thank you. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to thank the diplomatic team, if we can give them a round of applause for appearing today and answering our questions. And we're going to shift from this into our final wrap-up session with Floyd. So I think we won't even take a break. We'll just move right into Floyd. Floyd, are you going to come up front? Okay, that's great. All right, so thank you, gentlemen, and we'll move on. the next presentation.
If I can do it here. Give. I can do it here.
Okay, that's
okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome to stay.
Well, I've been given the impossible task of summarizing 5 days and about 40 hours into 5 minutes, but I will try my best. So we have taken into account the workshops that led up to today. We had, as Gift said, a remarkable group of trainers. I've been training in the Pacific since 1991. This is the most remarkable group I've ever worked with, and I know most of them. We brought a lot of talent, a lot of vision, and a lot of experience. And as you heard in the panel, best practices, a lot of courage. And it takes a lot of courage to be a journalist, and this is not for the faint of heart, to be a journalist these days. Our diplomatic corps has reminded us of the importance of a free press and the role of international media can play in making life harder or more difficult for small nations in the Pacific. Samantha's question was a good reminder that things aren't always perfect, but we keep trying. And I would go back to this morning's comments by the President and the Speaker. The President had a very interesting comment about referring to the media as a mother figure, which touched me very greatly. And I think we need to be reminded that the media is a part of the power structure in all of our countries. We're not separate. Although we aren't elected, we aren't licensed like lawyers or doctors, but we accept, as Coffee has so well defined this past week, the values of a free press and the values of democracy. The Speaker also referred to the need for a focused approach, and his strong support for this program is remarkable. I can remember early in the Marshall Islands Independence days when the president at the time refused to meet with me because he thought I was a biased reporter. And those days are long gone. I should also point out that Andy Weiner's speech, the importance of having a Marshallese voice to a Marshallese story, and that is the most critical part of, I think, his presentation. Not that there needs to be a focused story, but that it has to be a Marshallese story. And using the talent in this room, we've seen this in this past week, the incredible depth of talent in this country. It was kind of wacky, I know, for some people, but we started out with looking at haiku poetry as a way to write short, to tell a full story in 17 syllables. The amount of creativity that came out of that was just astounding to me, and particularly when it was put against a very heartfelt issue like domestic violence, and to have people reach deep inside in areas that were hurting for some of them, and come up with a poetry that sang with optimism and resolution. Finally, I would like to say thank you personally. I've been doing this for a long time. I began my career actually covering the Marshall Islands issues, Bikini and Nuetak and the status negotiations. I think Giff and I are the last two journalists left in this part of the world who covered the status negotiations that led to independence. And so this is we've come full circle now, where the nations of the Pacific that were once wards of the United States are now showing the United States and others what true democracy and a true free press looks like. And you should be very proud of that. I know I am. And finally, I want to thank all of you for being just incredible
participants in this process. It's not a perfect process, but we move forward slowly, step by step, with each workshop, and we hope to have more. We hope to bring other journalists from the other parts of the Pacific here to see what climate change looks like on the front lines, to see what democracy looks like on the front lines, quite frankly. And so I thank you all, and I wish you much success, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you very much.
Check out the time. It's 3:55. And what time did we say we were going to finish? 4 o'clock. That's pretty smart stuff there. Floyd, I want to thank you for a fine wrap-up, very insightful comments and references to some of the earlier presentations to keep us centered and focused on the issues we've been going over. We want to thank everybody in the room for persevering today, joining in, engaging, and working hard. There's been a lot of writing going on. Our speakers have been busy speaking, and there's been a lot of group work going. You can see people huddling. Everybody had assignments for this summit, and everybody has to deliver reports and stories into our media team. So I just want people to appreciate that this is not a workshop where you come and sit in the back of the room and don't say anything and don't do anything and you get a certificate. This has been a working week, and we've made everybody work. And that's why it's been so productive and so much learning and engagement. But without further ado, what I want to say is the most important thing now is that at 7 o'clock tonight, we have a dinner. And at that dinner, we are going to, I don't know, we're supposed to hand out certificates, so I guess we'll have to huddle and see who deserves certificates. But some people are going to get certificates. So if you think you're going to get a certificate, I guess you better show up to get your certificate. Anyway, I have it on very good authority that Pacific Media Group has a fine menu on tap for dinner tonight and has a fine band lined up to play music, which might meet the high standards of a number of our musical participants. We shall see at 7 o'clock. And that we're looking forward to a nice dinner where we can recognize all the people in our workshop. So what we'd really like to do is give everybody a break, and we say thank you to our trainers, thank you to all our resource people, thank you incredibly more and more to all our participants who worked so hard, and some of whom came from a long way away. Thank you to our donors, thank you to our partners, and we look forward to seeing everybody who can come and join us tonight at 7 o'clock at the RRE barbecue area by the lagoon. 7 o'clock, we will be there, and look forward to having a nice wrap-up for our 5-day workshop. And having said that, anything else that needs to be said? All right, yes, Floyd.
And thank you to Gift Johnson.
How about a big round of applause for everybody? Okay, I'd say with that, we conclude the Summit on Democracy and our workshop, our Media and Democracy workshop. Thank you, everyone.